Sri Caritamrta, chapter 4, text 158. Mādhavendra Purī presented the Gopala came before him and said, O Mādhavendra Purī, I have already received all the sandalwood and camphor. Text 159. Now just grind all the sandalwood together with the camphor and then smear the pulp on the body of Gopinath daily until it is finished. Text 160. There is no difference between my body and Gopinath's body. They are one and the same. Therefore, if you smear the sandalwood pulp on the body of Gopinatha, you will naturally also smear it on my body, thus the temperature of my body will be reduced. Purport. Gopala was situated in Vrindavan, which was far from Yamuna. In those days, one had to pass through provinces governed by the Muslims, who sometimes hindered travelers considering the trouble of his devotees. Lord Gopala, the greatest well-wisher of his devotees, ordered Madhavendra Puri to smear the sandalwood pulp on the body of Gopinatha, which was not different from the body of Gopala. In this way, the Lord relieved Madhavendra Puri from trouble and inconvenience. Text 161. You should not hesitate to act according to my order, believing in me, just do what is needed. Text 162. After giving these instructions, Gopis disappeared and Madhavendra Puri awoke. He immediately called for all the servants of Gopinatha and they came before him. Text 163. Madhavendra Puri said, smear the body of Gopinatha with this camphor and sandalwood I have brought for Gopala in Vrindavan. Do this regularly every day. Text 164. If the sandalwood pulp is smeared over the body of Gopinatha, then Gopala will be cooled. After all, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is completely independent. His order is all powerful. Text 165. The servants of Gopinatha became very pleased to hear that in the summer all the sandalwood pulp would be used to anoint the body of Gopinatha. Text 166. Madhavendra Puri said these two assistants will regularly grind the sandalwood and you should also get two other people to help. I shall pay their salaries. Text 167. In this way, Gopinathji was supplied ground sandalwood pulp daily. The servants of Gopinatha were very pleased with this. In this way, text 168. In this way, the sandalwood pulp was smeared over the body of Gopinatha until the whole stock was finished. Madhavendra Puri stayed there until that time. Text 169. At the end of summer, Madhavendra Puri returned to Jagannath Puri, where he remained with great pleasure during the whole period of Chaturmasya. Purport. The Chaturmasya period begins in the month of Ashara, June to July, from the day of Ekadasi called Sayana Ekadasi, in the fortnight of the waxing moon. The period ends in the month of Kartika, that is October to November, on the Ekadasi day known as Uttana Ekadasi, in the fortnight of the waxing moon. This 4-month period is known as Chaturmasya. Some Vaishnavas also observe it from the full moon day of Ashara until the full moon day of Kartika. That is also a period of 4 months. This period calculated by the lunar months is called Chaturmasya, but others also observe Chaturmasya according to the solar month from Shravana to Kartika. The whole period, either lunar or solar, takes place during the rainy season. Chaturmasya should be observed by all sections of the population. It does not matter whether one is a grihastha or a sannyasi. The observance is obligatory for all ashramas. The real purpose behind the work taken during these 4 months is to minimize the quantity of sense gratification. This is not very difficult. In the month of Shravana, one should not eat spinach. In the month of Bhadra, one should not eat yogurt, and in the month of Ashwina, one should not drink milk. One should not eat fish or other non-vegetarian food during the month of Kartika. A non-vegetarian diet means fish and meat. Similarly, Masura dal and urad dal are also considered non-vegetarian. These two dals contain a great amount of protein, and food rich in protein is considered non-vegetarian. On the whole, during the 4 month period of Sārvabhauma, one should practice giving up all food intended for sense enjoyment. Text 170. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally praised the nectarian characteristics of Madhavendra Puri, and while he related all this to the devotees, he personally released it. Text 171. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked Nityananda Prabhu to judge whether there was anyone within the world as fortunate as Madhavendra Puri. Text 172. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said Madhavendra Puri was so fortunate that Krishna personally appeared before him on the plea of delivering milk. 3 times the Lord gave orders to Madhavendra Puri in dreams. Text 173. Being obliged because of the loving affairs of Madhavendra Puri, Lord Krishna himself appeared as the Gopala deity, and accepting his service, he liberated the whole world. Text 174. On account of Madhavendra Puri, Lord Gopinath stole the pot of sweet rice. Thus he became famous as Kshirakora, the thief who stole the sweet rice. Text 175. Madhavendra Puri smeared the sandalwood pearl over the body of Gopinath, and in this way he was overpowered with love of Godhead. Text 176. In the provinces of India governed by the Muslims, there was much inconvenience in traveling with sandalwood and camphor. Because of this, Madhavendra Puri might have gotten into trouble. This became known to the Gopala deity. Text 177. The Lord is very merciful and attached to his devotees. So when Gopinatha was covered with sandalwood pearl, Madhavendra Puri's labor became successful. Text 178. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu placed the standard of Madhavendra Puri's intense love before Nityananda Prabhu for judgment. All his loving activities are uncommon. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, indeed one is struck with wonder to hear of his activities. But when the living entity feels spiritual separation from Krishna Viraha, he has achieved the prime success of life. When one becomes disinterested in material things, he is simply experiencing the other side of attraction for material things. However, feeling separation from Krishna and engaging in the service of the Lord to fulfill his mission constitute the best example of love of Krishna. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to point out this intense love of Krishna exhibited by Madhavendra Puri. All Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's devotees later followed in the footsteps of Madhavendra Puri, serving the Lord without personal considerations. Text 179. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued Sri Madhavendra Puri used to remain alone. He was completely renounced and always very silent. He was uninterested in everything material, and for fear of talking about mundane things, he always lived without a companion. Text 180. After receiving the transcendental orders of Gopala, this great personality traveled thousands of miles just to collect sandalwood by begging. Text 181. Although Madhavendra Puri was hungry, he would not beg food to eat. This renounced person carried a load of sandalwood for the sake of Sri Bhavana. Text 182. Without considering his personal comforts, Text 182. Without considering his personal comforts, Madhavendra Puri carried one month about 82 pounds of sandalwood and 20 kilos, about 80 ounces of camphor, to smear over the body of Gopala. This transcendental pleasure was sufficient for him. Text 183. Since there were restrictions against taking the sandalwood out of the Orissa province, the tall official confiscated the stock, but Madhavendra Puri showed him the release papers given the government and consequently escaped difficulties. Text 184. Madhavendra Puri was not at all anxious during the long journey to Vrindavan through the provinces governed by the Muslims and filled with unlimited numbers of watchmen. Text 185. Although Madhavendra Puri did not have a floating with him, he was not afraid to pass by the rule officers. His only enjoyment was in carrying the load of sandal to Vrindavan for Gopala. Text 186. This is the natural result of intense love of Godhead. The devotee does not consider personal inconveniences or impediments. In all circumstances, he wants to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But it is natural for those who have developed intense love for Krishna not to care for personal inconvenience and impediments. Such devotees are simply determined to execute the orders of the Supreme Personality of Godhead or his representative, the spiritual master. In all circumstances, even amidst the greatest dangers, they undeviatingly carry on with the greatest determination. This definitely proves the intense love of the servitor. As stated in Srimad Bhagavatam, those who seriously desire to get free from the clutches of material existence, who have developed the intense love for Krishna, are worthy candidates for going back home, back to Godhead. An intense lover of Krishna does not care for any number of material discomforts, scarcity, impediments, or unhappiness. It is said that when one sees apparent unhappiness or distress in a perfect Vaishnava, it is not at all unhappiness for him, rather, it is transcendental bliss. In the Siksas to come, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has also instructed the intense love of Krishna is never deviated from his service despite all difficulties and impediments brought before him. Text 187. Sri Gopala wanted to show how intensely Madhavendra Puri loved Krishna. Therefore, he asked him to go to Nilachala to fetch sandalwood and camphor. Text 188. With great trouble and after much labor, Madhavendra Puri brought the load of sandalwood to Yamuna. However, he was still very pleased. He discounted all the difficulties. Text 189. To text the intense love of Madhavendra Puri, Gopala, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, ordered him to take sandalwood from Leelachana. And when Madhavendra Puri passed this examination, the Lord became very merciful to him. Text 190. Such behavior exhibited in loving service between the devotee and the devotee's loved object, Sri Krishna, is transcendental. It is not possible for a common mind to understand. Common men do not even have the capacity. Text 191. After saying this, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu read the famous verse of Madhavendra Puri. The verse is just like the moon. It has spread illumination all over the world. Text 192. Continuous rubbing increases the aroma of Himalayas. Similarly, consideration of this verse increases one's understanding of its importance. Text 193. As the Kaustubha is considered the most precious of valuable stones, this verse is similarly considered the best of poems, dealing with the mellows of devotional service. Text 194. Actually, this verse was spoken by Srimati Radharani herself, and by her mercy only was it manifest in the words of Madhavendra Puri. Text 195. Only Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has tasted the poetry of this verse. No fourth man is capable of understanding it. But this indicates that only Srimati Radharani, Madhavendra Puri, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are capable of understanding the purport of this verse. Text 196. Madhavendra Puri recited this verse again and again at the end of his material existence. Thus, uttering this verse, he attained the ultimate goal of life. Text 197. O my Lord, O most merciful Master, O Master of Mathura, when shall I see you again? Because of my not seeing you, my agitated heart has become unsteady. O most beloved one, what shall I do now? Purport. The uncontaminated devotees who strictly depend on the Vedanta philosophy are divided into four sampradayas or transcendental parties. Out of the four sampradayas, the Sri Madhvacharya Sampradaya was accepted by Mādhavendra Purī. Thus, he took sannyasa according to Parampara, the distinct succession. Beginning from Madhvacharya down to the spiritual master of Madhavendra Puri, the author named Lakshmipati, there was no realization of devotional service in conjugal love. Sri Mādhavendra introduced the conception of conjugal love for the first time in the Madhvacharya Sampradaya, and his conclusion of the Madhvacharya Sampradaya was revealed by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu when he toured southern India and met the Tattvavadis who supposedly belonged to the Madhvacharya Sampradaya. When Sri Krishna left Vrindavan and accepted the kingdom of Mathura, Srimati Radharani, out of aesthetic feelings of separation, expressed how Krishna can be loved in separation. Thus, devotional service in separation is central to this verse. Worship in separation is considered by the Gaudiya Madhava Sampradaya to be the topmost level of devotional service. According to this conception, the devotee thinks of himself as very poor and neglected by the Lord. Thus, he addresses the Lord as Dīna as did Madhavendra Puri. Such an ecstatic feeling is the highest form of the devotional service. Because Krishna had gone to Mathura, Srimati Radharani was very much affected and she expressed herself thus. My dear Lord, because of your separation, my mind has become overly agitated. Now tell me, what can I do? I am very poor and you are very merciful. So kindly have compassion upon me and let me know when I shall see you. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was always expressing the ecstatic emotions of Srimati Radharani that she exhibited when she saw Uddhava at Vrindavan. Similar feelings experienced by Madhavendra Puri are expressed in this verse. Therefore, Vaishnavas in the Gautama Sampradaya say that the aesthetic feelings experienced by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu during his appearance came from Sri Madhavendra Puri through Ishvara Puri. All the devotees in the line of the Gautama Sampradaya accept those principles of devotional service. Text 198. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu recited this verse, he immediately fell to the ground unconscious. He was overwhelmed and had no control over himself. Text 199. When Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu fell to the ground in ecstatic love, Lord Nityananda quickly took him on his lap. Crying, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then got up again. Text 200. Exhibiting ecstatic emotions, the Lord began to run here and there, making resounding noises. Sometimes he laughed, and sometimes he cried, and sometimes he danced and sang. Text 201. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu could not recite the whole verse, he simply said, Ayadina, repeatedly. Thus he could not speak, and profuse tears were in his eyes. Text 202. Trembling, perspiration, jubilant tears, shock, fading of the bodily luster, disappointment, moroseness, loss of memory, pride, joy, and humility were all visible in Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's body. Purport. In the Bhakti-rasamrita Sindhu, Jatya is explained as loss of memory brought about by severe shock due to separation from the beloved. In that state of mind, one loses all concern for loss and gain, hearing and seeing, as well as all other considerations. This marks the preliminary appearance of illusion. Text 203. This was uncovered the door of aesthetic love, and when it was exhibited, all the servants of Gopinatha saw Chaitanya Mahaprabhu dance in ecstasy. Text 204. When many people crowded around Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he regained his external senses. In the meantime, the offering to the deity had been finished, and there was a resounding Arati performance. Text 205. When the deities were laid down to rest, the priest came out of the temple and offered all 12 pots of sweet rice to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 206. When all the pots of sweet rice remnants left by Gopinatha were placed before Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, He became very pleased. In order to feed the devotees, he accepted 5 of them. Text 207. The 7 remaining pots were pushed forward and delivered to the priest. Then the 5 pots of sweet rice the Lord had accepted were distributed among the 5 devotees, and they ate the prasadam. Text 208. Being identical with the Gopinath deity, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had already tasted and eaten the pots of sweet rice. At just to manifest devotional service, he again ate the pots of sweet rice as a devotee. Text 209. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu passed that night at the temple engaged in congregational chanting. In the morning, after seeing the Mangalarti performance, he departed. Text 210. In this way, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally tasted with his own mouth the transcendental qualities of Gopalji, Gopinatha, and Sri Madhavendra Purī. Text 211. Thus I have described both the transcendental glories of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's affection for his devotees and the highest limit of aesthetic love of God. Text 212. One who hears this narration with faith and devotion attains the treasure of love of Godhead at the lotus feet of Sri Krishna. Text 213. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunatha, always desiring their mercy. High Krishnadasa narrates Sri Chaitanya Charitamrta following in their footsteps. Purport. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta purports to Sri Chaitanya Charitamrta Madhya Lila chapter describing Sri Mādhavendra Puri's devotional service. Sri Chaitanya Charitamrta chapter 5 The activities of Sakshi Gopala. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur gives the following summary of the 5th chapter in his Amrita Pravahavasya. After passing through Ajapuram, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu reached the town of Kataka, and they went to see the temple of Sakshi Gopala. While there, he heard the story of Sakshi Gopala from the mouth of Sri Nityananda Prabhu. Once there were 2 Brahmanas, one elderly and the other young, who were inhabitants of a place known as Vijayanagar. After touring many places of pilgrimage, the 2 Brahmanas finally reached Vrindavan. The elderly Brahmana was very satisfied with the service of the young Brahmana, and he wanted to offer him his eldest daughter in marriage. The young Brahmana received the promise of his elder before the Gopal deity of Vrindavan. Thus, the Gopal deity acted as a witness when 2 Brahmanas returned to Vidyanagara. The younger Brahmana raised the question of his marriage. But the elderly Brahmana, due to obligations to his friends and wife, answered that he could not remember his promise. Because of this, the younger Brahmana returned to Vrindavan and narrated the whole story to Gopalji. Thus, Gopalji, being obliged by the young man's devotional service, accompanied him to southern India. Gopalji followed the younger Brahmana, who could hear the tinkling sound of Gopalji's ankle bells. When all the respectable gentlemen of Vijayanagara were assembled, Gopalji testified to the promise of the elderly Brahmana. Thus the marriage was performed. Later, the king of that country constructed a fine temple for Gopal. Afterwards, King Purushottama Deva of Orissa was insulted by the king of Vidyanagara, who refused to give him his daughter in marriage and called him a sweeper of Lord Jagannatha. With the help of Lord Jagannatha, King Purushottama Deva fought the king of Vidyanagara and defeated him. Thus he took charge of both the king's daughter and his kingdom as well. At that time, Gopalji, being very much obligated by the devotional service of King Purushottama Deva, was brought to the town of Katanga. After hearing his narration, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu visited the temple of Gopala in great ecstasy of love of God. From Katanga, he went to Bhuvaneshwara and saw the temple of Lord Shiva. In this way, he gradually arrived at Kamalapuram, and on the banks of the Palki river, he came to the temple of Lord Shiva, where he entrusted his sannyasa staff to Nityananda Prabhu. However, Nityananda Prabhu broke the staff into 3 pieces and threw it into the Barki river at a place known as Taranala. Being angry at not getting his staff back, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu left the company of Nityananda Prabhu and went alone to see the Jagannath temple. Text 1. I offer my acceptable observances on the Supreme Personality of God, Ramanya Deva, who appeared at Sakshi Gopala to benefit Brahmana. For 100 days, he traveled through the country walking on his own legs. Thus, his activities were wonderful. Text 2. All glories to Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Lord Nityananda Prabhu. All glories to Sri Advaita Prabhu. And all glories to all the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 3. Walking and walking, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his party finally arrived at Ajapura on the river by Dharani. There he saw the temple of Varahadeva and offered his obeisances unto him. Text 4. In the temple of Varahadeva, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu engaged in chanting and dancing and offered prayers. He passed the night in the temple. Text 5. Afterwards, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to the town of Katika to see the temple of the witness Gopala. When he saw the deity of Gopala, he was very much pleased by his beauty. Text 6. While there, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu engaged in chanting and dancing for some time, and being overwhelmed, he offered many prayers to Gopala. Text 7. That night, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu stayed in the temple of Gopala, and along with all the devotees, he heard the narration of the witness Gopala with great pleasure. Text 8. Previously, when Nityananda Prabhu had toured all over India to see different places of pilgrimage, he also had come to see Sakshi Gopala at Kataka. Text 9. At that time, Nityananda Prabhu had heard the story of Sakshi Gopal from the townspeople. He now recited this again, and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard the narration with great pleasure. Purport. The Sakshi Gopal temple is situated between the Kutra Road railway station and the Jagannath Puri station. The deity is not presently situated in Kataka, but when Nityananda Prabhu travelled there, the deity was present. Katka is a town in Orissa situated on the Mahanandi River. When Sakshi Gopala was brought from Vidyanagar in southern India, he stayed for some time at Kataka. Thereafter, he was situated for some time in the Jagannath temple. It seems that in the temple of Shiranaga, there was some disagreement between Jagannatha and Sakshi Gopal, a disagreement called Prema Kalaha, quarrel of love. In order to settle this love quarrel, the king of Orissa constructed a village about 7 miles from Jagannath Puri. This village was called Satyavadi, and Gopala was stationed there. Thereafter, a new temple was constructed. Now there is a Sakshi Gopala station, and people go to Satyavadi to see the witness of Gopala. Text 10. Formerly at Vijayanagar in South India, there were two Brahmanas who made a long tour to see different places of pilgrimage. Text 11. First of all, they visited Gaya, then Kasi, then Prayaga. Finally, with great pleasure, they came to Mathura. Text 12. After reaching Mathura, they started visiting the different forests of Vrindavan and came to Govardhan. They visited all 12 forests and at last came to the town of Vrindavan. Purport. The 5 forests situated on the eastern side of the river Yamuna are Bhadra, Bilva, Loha, Bhantira, and Mahavana. The 7 forests situated on the western side of the Yamuna are Madhu, Dala, Kumuda, Bahula, Kamya, Kadira, and Vrindavan. After visiting all these forests, these pilgrims went to a place known as Panchakroshi Vrindavana. Out of the 12 forests, the Vrindavan forest extends from the town of Vrindavan up to Nandagrama and Varsona, a distance of 32 miles within which the Panchakroshi Vrindavana town is situated. Text 13. In the village of Panchakroshi Vrindavana, at the site where the Govinda temple is now situated, there was a great temple where gorgeous worship of Gopala was performed. Text 14. After taking baths at different bathing places along the river Elena, such as Keshigarh and Kaliyagata, the pilgrims visited the temple of Gopala. Afterwards, they took rest in the temple. Text 15. The beauty of the Gopal deity stole away their minds and feeling great happiness. They remained there for 2 or 4 days. Text 16. One of the two Brahmanas was an old man and the other was young. The young man was assisting the old one. Text 17. Indeed, the young Brahmana always rendered service to the older one, and the old man, being very satisfied with his service, was pleased with him. The older man told the younger, "You have rendered various types of service to me. You have assisted me in traveling to all these places of pilgrimage." Text 19. Even my own son does not render such service. By your mercy, I did not become fatigued while on this tour. Text 20. If I did not show any respect, I would be ungrateful. Therefore, I promise to give you my daughter in charity. Text 21. The younger Brahma replied, "My dear sir, please hear me. You are saying something very unusual. Such a thing never happens." Text 22. You are a most aristocratic family man, well educated and very rich. I am not at all aristocratic and I am without a decent education and have no wealth. Perfect. Due to pious activities, one can be enriched by four opulences. One may obtain birth in an aristocratic family, become highly educated, become very beautiful, or get a sufficient quantity of riches. These are symptoms of pious activities performed in one's past life. In India, it is still current for an aristocratic family never to consider a marriage with a common family. Though the caste may be the same, to maintain the aristocracy, such marriages are rejected. No poor man will dare marry the daughter of a rich man. Because of this man, when the elderly Brahmana offered the young Brahmana his daughter, the young Brahmana did not believe that it would be possible to marry her. Therefore, he asked the elderly Brahmana why he was proposing something unprecedented. It was it was unheard of for an aristocratic person to offer his daughter to a person who was both uneducated and poor. Text 23. Sir, I am not a suitable bridegroom for your daughter. I render service to you only for the satisfaction of Krishna. Purport. Both Brahmanas were pure Vaishnavas. The younger man took special care of the older one simply to please Krishna. In Srimad Bhagavatam, Krishna says, Madbhakta Puja Vidika. It is better to render service to my devotee, thus, according to the Gaudiya Vaishnava philosophy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It is better to be a servant of the servant of God. One should not try to serve Krishna directly. A pure Vaishnava serves a servant of Krishna and identifies himself as a servant of Krishna. This is pleasing to Lord Krishna. Sri Sārvabhauma Thakur confirms this philosophy. Shariya Vaishnava Seva Nistara Peyachi Keva. Unless one serves a liberated Vaishnava, he cannot attain liberation by directly serving Krishna. He must serve the servant of Krishna. Text 24. Lord Krishna is very much pleased by service rendered to Brahmanas, and when the Lord is pleased, the opulence of one's devotional service increases. But in this regard, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur comments that younger Brahmana rendered service to the older one with the purpose of pleasing Krishna. It was not a matter of ordinary worldly dealings. Krishna is pleased when a Vaishnava is rendered service. Because the younger Brahmana served the older one, Lord Gopala agreed to become a witness of the marriage negotiation in order to maintain the prestige of both devotees. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would certainly not have liked to hear about marital dealings unless such dealings were exchanged between two Vaishnavas. Marriage agreements and ceremonies belong to ordinary material karma kanda sections of the scriptures. The Vaishnavas, however, are not interested in any kind of karma kanda dealings. Sri Narottama Das Thakur says, Karmakanda, Jnanakanda, Kevala Visheda Banda. For a Vaishnava, the Karmakanda and Jnanakanda sections of the Vedas are unnecessary. Indeed, a real Vaishnava takes these actions as a poison pot. Sometimes we take part in a marriage ceremony for our disciples. But this does not mean that we are interested in Karmakanda activities. Sometimes, not knowing the Vaishnava philosophy and outsiders criticize such activity. Maintaining that a sannyasi should not take part in this ceremony between a young boy and a young girl. However, this is not a karmakanda activity because our purpose is to spread the Krishna consciousness movement. We are giving all facility to the general populace to take to Krishna consciousness, and in order to fix the devotees in concentration on service of the Lord, marriage is sometimes allowed. We have experienced that such married couples actually render very important service to the nation. Therefore, one should not misunderstand when a sannyasi takes part in a marriage ceremony. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu took great pleasure in hearing about the marriage ceremony between the young Brahmana and the daughter of the elderly Brahmana. Text 25. The older Brahmana replied, My dear boy, do not doubt me. I will give you my daughter in charity. I have already decided this. Text 26. The young Brahmana said, You have a wife and sons, and you have a large circle of relatives and friends. Text 27. Without the consent of all your friends and relatives, it is not possible to give me a daughter in charity. Just consider the story of Queen Rukmini and her father Bhishmaka. Text 28. King Bhishmaka wanted to give his daughter Rukmini in charity to Krishna. But Rukmini, his eldest son, objected. Therefore, he could not marry out his decision. But King Bhishma, as stated in Srimad Bhagavatam, King Bhishmaka of Vidarbha wanted to offer Krishna his daughter. But Rukmini, the eldest of his five sons, objected. Therefore, Bhishmaka withdrew his decision and decided to offer Rukmini to the king of Chedi, Sisupala, who was a cousin of Krishna's. However, Rukmini conceived of a trick. She sent a letter to Krishna asking him to kidnap her. Thus, in order to please Rukmini, who was his great devotee, Krishna kidnapped her. There ensued a great fight between Krishna and the opposing party, headed by Rukmini's brother Rukmi. Rukmi was defeated and because of his harsh words against Krishna was about to be killed, but he was saved at the request of Rukmini. However, Krishna saved all of Rukmini's hair with his sword. Sri Balram did not like this and so to please Rukmini, Balram rebuked Krishna. Text 29. The elderly Brahmana said, My daughter is my own property. If I choose to give my property to someone, who has the power to stop me? Who has the power to stop me? Text 30. My dear boy, I will give my daughter to you in charity and I will neglect the position of all others. Don't doubt me in this regard. Just accept my proposal. Text 31. The younger Brahmana replied, If you have decided to give your younger daughter to me, then say so before the Gopal Deity. Text 32.
We read both translation and both, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So, text number 32. Okay. So, coming before Gopala, the elderly Brahmana said, My dear Lord, please witness that I have given my daughter to this boy. Purport by his doing recessive In India, it is still the custom for a daughter to be offered to someone simply by word. This is called Bhaṭṭācārya. This means that the father, brother, or guardian of a girl has given his word that she will be married to a certain man. Consequently, the daughter cannot be married to anyone else. She is reserved by virtue of the honest words of the father or guardians. There are many instances in which the parents of a female child have given someone a verbal promise that their daughters will be married to his son. Both parties agree to wait until the boy and girls are grown up, and then the marriage takes place. Following this custom, which is very old in India, the elderly Brahmana promised to give his daughter to the younger Brahmana in charity, and he promised this before the Gopal deity. In India, the custom is to honor any formal promise made before the deity. Such a promise cannot be cancelled. In Indian villages, whenever there is a quarrel between two parties, they go to the temple to settle the quarrel. Whatever is spoken in front of the deity is taken to be true, but no one would dare lie before the deity. The same principle was followed in the battle of Kurukshetra. Therefore, in the very beginning of the Bhagavad Gita, it is stated, Dharma Khetre, Kurukshetra. By not becoming God conscious, human society is deteriorated to the lowest standard of animal life. This Krishna consciousness movement is very essential to reviving God consciousness among the general populace. If people actually become God conscious, all quarrels can be settled outside of court, as happened in case of the two Brahmanas, whose disagreement was settled by the witness of Gopala. Then the younger Brahmana addressed the deity saying, My dear Lord, you are my witness. I shall call for you to testify if it is necessary later on. Krishna 34, translation. After these talks, the two Brahmanas started for home. As usual, the young Brahmana accompanied the elderly Brahmana as if the older Brahmana were a guru, spiritual master, and rendered him service in various ways. Text 35. After returning to Vidyanagara, each Brahmana went to his respective home. After some time, the elderly Brahmana became very anxious. Text 36. He began to think, I have given my word to Brahmana in the holy place, and what I promised will certainly come to pass. I must now disclose this to my wife, sons, other relatives, and friends. That's text 37. Thus, one day the elderly Brahmana called for a meeting of all his relatives and friends. And before them all he narrated what had taken place in the front of Gopala. Translation, text 38. When those who belong to the family circle heard the narration of the old Brahmana, they made exclamations, showing their disappointment. They all requested that he not make such a proposal again. Text 39. They unanimously agreed. If you offer your daughter to a degraded family, your aristocracy will be lost. When people hear of this, they will make jokes and laugh at you. Text 40. The elderly Brahmana said, How can I undo the promise I made to a holy place while on pilgrimage? Whatever may happen, I must give him my daughter in charity. Text 41. The relatives unanimously said, If you give your daughter to that boy, we shall give up all connection with you. Indeed, his wife and sons declared, If such a thing happens, we shall take poison and die. Text 42. The elderly Brahmana said, If I do not give my daughter to the young Brahmana, he will call Sri Gopalji as a witness. Thus he will take my daughter by force, and in that case my religious principle will become meaningless. Text 43. His son replied, The deity may be a witness, but He is in a distant country. How can he come to hear witness against you? Why are you so anxious over this? Text number 44. You do not have to flatly deny that you spoke such a thing. There is no need to make a false statement. Simply say that you do not remember what you said. Text number 45. If you simply say, I do not remember, I shall take care of the rest by arguments. I shall defeat the young Brahmana. Purport, is divine grace, Prabhupada. Yeah. The son of the elderly Brahmana was an atheist and a follower of Raghunatha Smriti. He was very expert in dealing with palms, feelings, pains. But he was full number one. Consequently, he did not believe in the spiritual position of the deity. Nor did he have any faith in the supreme person of Godhead. Therefore, as a typical idol worshipper, he considered the form of the Lord to be made of stone or wood. Thus, he assured his father that the witness was only a stone deity and was not capable of speaking. Besides that, he assured his father that the deity was situated far away and consequently could not come to bear witness. In essence, he was saying he have no anxiety. You do not have to be to lie directly, but you should speak like a diplomat, like King Yudhishthira when he spoke to Dronacharya, Ashwatthama Ata iti Gaja. Following this principle, simply say that you do not remember anything and are completely unaware of the statements given by the young Brahmana. If you make the background like that, I shall know how to appear in the arguments and defeat him by war jugglery. Thus I shall save you from having to give your daughter to him. In this way, our aristocracy will be saved. You have nothing to worry about. When the section 46, when the elderly Brahmana heard this, his mind became very much agitated. Feeling helpless, he simply turned his attention to the lotus feet of Gopala. Text 47. The elderly Brahmana prayed, My dear Lord Gopala, I have taken shelter of your lotus feet. And therefore, I request you to please protect my religious principle from disturbance and at the same time save my kinsmen from dying. Text 48. The next day, the elderly Brahmana was thinking deeply about this matter when the young Brahmana came in his house. Text 49. The young Brahmana came to him and offered respective obeisances. Then, very humbly, folding his hands, he spoke as follows. Text 49. The young Brahman came to him and offered respectful obeisance. Then, very humbly folding his hands, he spoke as follows. Text 50. You have promised to give your daughter in charity to me. Now you do not say anything. What is your conclusion? Text 51. After the young Brahmana submitted this statement, the elderly Brahmana remained silent. Taking this opportunity, his son immediately came out with a stick to strike the younger man. Then text 52. Then the son said, Oh, you are the most degraded. You want to marry my sister. just like a dwarf who wants to catch the moon. Translation, text of 53. Seeing a stick in hand of the sun, the younger Brahmana fled. The next day, however, he gathered together all the people of the village. Text of 54. All the people of the village then called for the elder Brahmana and brought him into their meeting place. The young Brahmana then began to speak before them as follows. Text of 55. This gentleman has promised to hand over his daughter to me, yet now he does not follow his promise. Please ask him about his behavior. Translation, text 56. All the people gathered there asked the elderly Brahma, if you have already promised to give him your daughter in charity, why are you not fulfilling your promise? You have given your word of honor. Text 57. The elderly Brahman said, my dear friend, please hear that what I have to submit. I do not exactly remember making a promise like that. Text 58. When the elderly Brahman's son heard this, he took the opportunity to juggle some words. Becoming very impudent, he stood before the assembly and spoke as follows. Text 59. While touring various holy places of pilgrimage, my father carried much money. Seeing the money, this rogue decided to take it away. Text 60. There is no one besides this man with my father, giving him an intoxicant known as Dutura to eat. This rogue made my father mad. Text 61. Having taken all my father's money, this rogue claimed that it was taken by some thief. Now he is claiming that my father has promised to give him his daughter in charity. Text 162. All of you assembled here are gentlemen. Please judge whether it is befitting to offer this poor Brahmana, my father's daughter. Text 63. Hearing all this statement, all the people gathered there became a little doubtful. They thought it quite possible that because of attraction for riches, one might give up his religious principle. Text 64. At that time, the young Brahman said, my dear gentleman, please hear, just to gain victory in an argument. This man is lying. Text 65. Being very satisfied with my service, this Brahmana said to me of his own accord, I promise to hand over my daughter to you. Text 66. At that time, I forbade him to do this, telling him, O best of the Brahmanas, I am not a fit husband for your daughter. 67. Whereas you are a learned scholar, a rich man belonging to an aristocratic family, I am a poor man, uneducated, and with no claim to aristocracy. Text 68. Still, this Brahmana insisted. Again and again he asked me to accept his proposal, saying, I have given you my daughter, please accept her. Text 69. I then said, please hear, you are a learned Brahman, your wife, friends, and relatives will never agree to this proposal. Text 70. My dear sir, you will not be able to fulfill your promise. Your promise will be broken. Yet again and again, the Brahmana emphasized his promise. Text 71. I have offered you my daughter. Do not hesitate, seize my daughter, and I shall give her to you. Who can forbid me? Text 72. At that time I considered my mind and requested the Brahman to make the promise before the Gopal deity. Text 73. Then this gentleman said in front of the Gopal deity, My dear Lord, please bear witness. I have offered my daughter to this Brahmana in charity. Text 74. Accepting the Gopala deity as my witness, I then submitted the following at his lotus feet. Text 75. If this Brahmana later hesitates to give me his daughter, my dear Lord, I shall call on you as a witness. Please note this with care and attention. Text 76. That I have called upon a great personality in this transaction. I have asked the Supreme Godhead to be my witness. The entire world accept the word of the Supreme Person of Godhead. Purport. Although the young Brahmana described himself as having no claims to aristocracy and being an uneducated common man, still he had one good qualification. He believed that the Supreme Person of Godhead was the topmost authority. He accepted the words of Lord Krishna without hesitation, and he had firm faith in the Lord's consistency. According to Prahlad Maharaj, another authority of the Supreme Person of Godhead, such a staunch and faithful devotee of the Lord must be understood to be the most learned scholar. Tanmanye dhityam aditam, aditam uttamam. Srimad Bhagavatam. A pure devotee who has firm faith in the word of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is to be considered a most learned scholar, the topmost aristocrat, and the richest man in the whole world. All godly qualities automatically exist in such a devotee. In this preaching work of the Krishna consciousness movement, we, as the servant of the servant of the servant of the servant, the Supreme Person God, fully believe in the words of Krishna and his servants, the disciplic successor. In this way, we are presenting the words of Krishna throughout the world. Even though we are neither a rich man nor a very learned scholar, and even though we do not belong to any aristocracy, this movement is still being welcomed and is very easily spreading all over the world. Although we are very poor and have no professional source of income, Krishna supplies money whenever we need it. Whenever we need some man, Krishna supplies them. Thus it is stated in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, text 22, Yam labdha chaparam labham manyate nadikirvam tataha. Actually, if we can attain the favor of the Supreme Person Godhead, Krishna, we do not need anything else. We certainly do not need those things which is a modern person considered to be material asset. Text number 77, 78. Taking this opportunity, the elderly Brahmana immediately confirmed that this was really true. He said, if Gopala personality comes here to serve as a witness, I shall surely give my daughter to the young Brahmana. Purport. The elderly Brahmana's son immediately confirmed this, saying, yes, this is very nice statement. Or this is very nice settlement. As the super soul within the heart of all entities, Krishna knows everyone's desire, everyone's request, and everyone's prayer. Although all these may be contradictory, the Lord has to create a situation in which everyone will be pleased. This is an instance of a marriage negotiation between the elderly Brahmana and a youthful one. The elderly Brahmana was certainly willing to give his daughter in charity to the young man, but his son relatives becomes impediments to this transaction. The elderly Brahmana considered how to get out of this situation and still offer his daughter to this young Brahmana. His son, an atheist and a very cunning fellow, was thinking of how to stop the marriage. The father and son were thinking in this contradictory way. Yet Krishna created a situation where they agreed. They both agreed that if the Gopala deity would come and serve as witness, the daughter would be given to the young Brahmana. Text number 79. The elderly Brahmana thought, since Lord Krishna is very merciful, he will certainly come to prove my statement. Text number 80. The atheistic son thought it was not possible for Gopal to come and bear witness. Thinking thus, the father and son agreed. Text number 81. The young Brahmana took this opportunity to speak. Please write this down on paper in black and white, so that you may not again change your word of honor. Text number 82. All the assembled people got this statement down in black and white, and taking the signature of agreement from both of them, served as the meditators. Text number 81. The young man took this opportunity to speak. Okay. Please write this down on paper in black and white so that you may not again change your word upon again. Text number 83. The young Brahmana then said, will all you gentlemen present please hear me? This elderly Brahmana is certainly truthful and is following religious principle. Text 84. He had no desire to break his promise, but fearing that his kinsman would commit suicide, he deviated from the truth. Text 85. By this piety of the elderly Brahmana, I shall call the Supreme Person of Godhead as a witness. Thus I shall keep his truthful promise intact. Text number 86. Here the emphatic statements of the younger Brahmana, some atheists in the meeting began to cut jokes. However, someone else said, after all, the Lord is merciful, and if he likes, he can come. Text 87. After the meeting, the young Brahmana started for Vrindavan. Upon arriving there, he first offered his respectful obeisances to the deity and then narrated everything in full detail. Text number 88, he said, my Lord, you are the protector of the Brahminical culture, and you are also very merciful. Therefore, kindly show your great mercy by protecting the religious principle of us two Brahmanas. Text number 89. My dear Lord, I am not thinking to become happy by getting the daughter as a bride. I am simply thinking that the Brahmana has broken his promise, and that is giving me great pain. Part. It was not at all the intention of the young Brahmana to get the daughter of the elderly Brahmana in marriage and thus enjoy material happiness and sense gratification. It was not for that reason that the young Brahmana went to Vrindavan to ask the Supreme Person of God to act as a witness. His only concern was that the elderly Brahmana had promised something, and if Gopala did not bear witness to that transaction, then the older Brahmana would have incurred a spiritual blemish. Therefore, the young Brahmana wanted protection and help from the deity. The young Brahmana was a pure Vaishnava, and he had no desire for sense gratification. He wanted only to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and the elder Brahmana, who was also a Vaishnava and very much devoted to the Lord. Text number 19. The young Brahmana continued, "My dear sir, you are very merciful and you know everything. Therefore, kindly be a witness in this case. A person who knows things as they are and still does not bear witness becomes involved in sinful activities." Purport.
प्रभु जी
Yes.
आप चैतन्य चरित्र पढ़ रहे हैं। प्रभु मेरा टर्न है 3 to 4 लेकिन मैं नहीं कर पाऊंगी, मेरा सेवा कंटिन्यू है
लीला मंदिर को बोलिए
क्योंकि ये सो सेवा नहीं जल जाएगा ना।
हाँ समझ गया, थोड़ा सा फोन कर लीजिए।
मैं उनको टेक्स्ट कर देती हूँ, आप कंटिन्यू करेगा।
मैं कंटिन्यू कर नहीं पाऊंगा 3 बजे से चलेगा, क्यों मेरा थोड़ा मंगल आरती आया था ना उसके
आज मंगल आरती से आया है। सॉरी, कोई और पढ़ सकता है।
हाँ वो तो एक लड़की है अंदर में, देखिए वो है क्या, छोटी सी लड़की। Purpose, sorry. The dealings between a devotee and the Lord are very simple. The young Brahmana said to the Lord, "You know, नहीं, और आँख जल रहा है, मैं आँख ऐसे लाइट
आपको अभी जाना है।
नहीं मैं 3 o'clock 2 to 3 मेरे पास
2 to 3 है।
हाँ और आधा घंटा
मैं वो रुक स्टॉप करके आ रही हूँ। कोई नहीं है तो फिर कंटिन्यू करना पड़ेगा।
थैंक यू। The young Brahmana said to the Lord, you know everything, but if you do not bear witness, you will be involved in sinful activities. There is no possibility, however, the Lord's being involved in sinful activities. A pure devotee, even though he knows everything of the Supreme Lord, can speak with the Lord exactly as if you are a common man. Although the dealing between the Lord and his devotees is always very simple and open, there is formality. All these things happens because of the connection between the Lord and the devotee. Text number 91. Lord Krishna replied, "My dear Brahmana, go back to your home and call a meeting of all the men. In that meeting, just try to remember me." Text number 92. I shall certainly appear there, and at that time I shall protect the honor of both of you. Both you, Brahmana, by hearing witness to the promise. Text 93. The young Brahmana replied, "My dear sir, even if you appear there as a 400 Vishnu deity, still none of those people will believe in your words." Text 94. Only if you go there in the form of Gopala and speak to the words from your beautiful face, will your testimony be heard by all the people. Text 95. Lord Krishna said, "I have never heard of a deity walking from one place to another." Or for the Brahmana replied, "That is true, but how is it that you are speaking to me, although you are a deity?" Text 96. My dear Lord, you are not a statue. You are directly the son of Maharaj Ananda. Now, for the sake of the whole Brahmana, you can do something you have never done before. Text 97. Sri Gopal then smiled and said, "My dear Brahmana, just listen to me. I shall walk behind you, and in this way I shall go with you." Purport. The conversation between Lord Sri Krishna and the Brahmana is proof that the Lord is Archamurti or form made of material elements is not material. For those elements, although separated from the Lord, are also a part of the Lord's energy. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, because the Brahmanas are the Lord's own energy, and because there is no difference between the energy and the energetic, the Lord can appear through any element. Just as the sun can act through the sunshine and thus distribute its heat and light, so Krishna, by his inconceivable power, can appear in his original spiritual form in, in any material element, including stone, wood, paint, gold, silver, and jewels, because the material elements are all energy. The Shastras one, Arche Vishnu Siladhir, Guru Sunamati, Narakesa. One should never think of the Archamurti, the deity within the temple, as stone, wood, or any other material element. Because of his advanced devotional position, the younger Brahmana knew that all the deity of Gopala and then appeared to be stone. He was not stone. He was the son of Nanda Maharaj, Madhavendra Nandana himself. As such, the deity would act exactly as the Lord does in his original form as Krishna. Lord Krishna was talking to the young Brahmana just to test his knowledge before the Archa Vigraha. In other words, those who have understood the science of Krishna, Krishna's name, form, qualities, and so forth, can also talk with the deity. To an ordinary person, however, the deity will appear to be made from a stone, stone, wood, or some other material. In the higher sense, since all material elements ultimately emanate from the supreme spiritual entity, nothing is really material. Being component, being omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient, Krishna can deal with his devotees in any form without difficulty. By the mercy of the Lord, the devotee knows perfectly well about the Lord's dealings. Indeed, he can talk face to face with the Lord. Yeah. Text number 98. Thus, Lord continues, do not try to see me by turning around. As soon as you see me, I shall remain stationary in that very place. Section 99. Cook on 1 kilo of rice daily and offer it. I shall eat that rice and follow behind you. That's this one. Text 101. The next day, the Brahmana begged permission from Gopala and started for his country. Gopala followed him step by step. Text 102. While Gopala followed the young Brahmana, the tinkling sound of his knuckle bells could be heard. The Brahmanas became very pleased and he cooked first class rice for Gopala to eat. Text 103. The young Brahmana walked and walked in this way until he eventually arrived in his own country. When he neared his own village, he began to think as follows. Text number 104. I have now come to my village and I shall go to my home and tell all the people that the witness has arrived. Text 105. The Brahmana then began to think that if the people did not directly see the Gopal deity, they would not believe that he had arrived. But even if Gopal stays here, he thought there is still nothing to fear. Text 106. Thinking this, the Brahmanas turned to look back, and he saw that Gopala, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, was standing there smiling. The Lord told the Brahmana, now you can go home. I shall stay here and shall not leave. Text number 108. The young Brahmana then went to the town and informed all the people about Gopala's arrival. Hearing this, the people were struck with wonder. Text 109. All the town's people went to see the witness Gopala. And when they saw the Lord actually standing there, they all offered their respective obeisances. Text 110. When the people arrived, they were very pleased to see the beauty of Gopal. And when they heard that he had actually walked there, they were all surprised. Text 111. Then the elderly Brahmana, being very pleased, came forward and immediately fell like a stick in front of Gopal. This thus, in the presence of all the town people, Lord Gopal had bore witness that the elderly Brahmana had offered his daughter in charity to the young Brahmanas. Text 113. After the marriage ceremony was performed, the Lord informed both Brahmanas, you two Brahmanas are my eternal servants, birth after birth. Purport. Like these two Brahmanas of Vidyanagara, there are many devotees who are eternal servants of the Lord. They are specifically known as Nitya Siddha, eternally perfect. Although the Nitya Siddha appears in this material world and seen to be common to the common members of the world, they never forget the Supreme Personality of God in any condition. This is the symptom of a Nitya Siddha. There are two kinds of living entities, Nitya Siddha and Nitya Baddha. Nitya Siddha never forgets his relationship to the Supreme Personality, whereas Nitya Baddha is always conditioned. Even before the creation, he always forgets his relationship with Supreme Personality Godhead. Here the Lord informs the two Brahmanas that there are been servants birth after birth. The phase birth after birth refers to the material world, because in the spiritual world there is no birth, death, and old age or disease. By the order of the Supreme Personality Godhead, the Nitya Siddha remains within this material world like an ordinary man. But the only business of the Nitya Siddha is to broadcast the glories of the Lord. Then this incident appears to be an ordinary story about a marriage transaction involving two ordinary people. However, Krishna ascended two Brahmanas as his eternal servants. Both Brahmanas took much trouble in these negotiations. Just like mundane people, yet they were acting as eternal servant of the Lord. All Nitya Siddhas within this material world may appear to toil like an ordinary man, but they never forget their position as servant of the Lord. Another point, the elderly Brahmana belonged to an aristocratic family and was learned and wealthy. The young Brahmana belonged to an ordinary family and was learned and wealthy. The young Brahmanas belonged to an ordinary family and was uneducated. But these mundane qualifications do not concern the Nitya Siddha engaged in the service of the Lord. We have to accept the fact that the Nitya Siddha are completely distinct from the Nitya Baddhas, who are ordinary humans. Srila Narottama Das Thakur confirms this statement. Gaurangera Sangiga Ane Nitya Siddha Karimane Srayavra Jendra Sutta Pasa Sri Gaura Mandala Bhumi Jevadane Chintamani Tarhave Brajabhumi So, one who accepts the associates of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as a Nitya Siddha is certain to be elevated to the spiritual kingdom, to become an associate of the Supreme Lord. One should also know that the Gaura Mandala Bhumi, those places in Bengal where Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu stayed, are equal to Brajabhumi or Vrindavan. There is no difference between the inhabitant of Vrindavan. There is no difference between the inhabitant of Vrindavan and those Gaudamandal or Siddha Mayapur. Text number 114. The Lord continued, I have become very much pleased by the truthfulness of you both. Now you can ask for a benediction. Thus, with great pleasure, the two Brahmins begged for a benediction. Section 115. The Brahman said, please remain here so that people all over the world will know how merciful you are to your servants. Section 116. Lord Gopal stayed and two Brahmins engaged in his service. After hearing of the incidents, many people from different countries began to come to see Gopal. Text number 117. Eventually the king of their country heard this wonderful story and he also came to see Gopala and thus became very satisfied. Translation 118. The king constructed a nice temple and regular service was executed. Gopal became very famous under the name of Sakshi Gopal, the witness Gopal. Text number 119. The Sakhi Gopal stayed in Vidyanagar and accepted service for a very long time. But the city of Vidyanagar is situated in Trailenga, this South India, on the bank of the river Godavari. The place where the Godavari flows into the Bay of Bengal is called Kota Desa. The Orissa kingdom was very powerful, and Kota Desa was the capital of Orissa. It was there, it was known as Vidyanagar. Formerly, the city was situated on the southern side of the rivers Godavari. At that time, King Purushottamadeva managed to control Orissa and appoint a government. The present city of Vidyanagar is on the southeast side of the river. Only 20 to 25 miles from Rajamandri. During this time of Maharaj Prataprutra, Sri Ramananda Rai was the governor there. Vidyanagara. Text 120. Later there was a fight, and this country was conquered by the king Purushottamadeva of Orissa. Text 122. King Purushottamadeva was a great devotee and was advanced in the civilization of the Aryans. He begged at the lotus feet of Gopala, please come to my kingdom. Text 123. When the king begged him to come to his kingdom, Gopala, who was already obliged for his devotional service, accepted his prayer. Thus, the king took the Gopal deity and went back to Katak. Text number 124. After winning the Manikya throne, King Purushottam Deva took it to Jagannath Purī and presented it to Lord Jagannath. In the meantime, he also exhibited regular worship of the Gopal deity at Katak. When the Gopal text 125. When the Gopal deity was installed at Kataka, the queen of Purushottam Deva went to see him and with great devotion presented various kinds of ornaments. Text 126. The queen had a very valuable pearl which she wore on her nose, and she wished to give it to Gopala. She then began to think as follows. Text 127. If there were holes in the deity's nose, I could transfer the pearl to him. Text 128. Considering this, the queen offered her obeisances to Gopala and returned to her palace. That night she dreamed that Gopala appeared and began to speak to her as follows. Text 129. During my childhood, my mother made a hole in my nose and with great endeavor set a pearl there. Translation, text 130. That very hole is still there, and you can use it to set the pearl you desire to give me. Text 130. After dreaming this, the queen explained it to her husband, the king, both the king and the queens. They went to the temple with the pearl. Text 132. Seeing the hole in the nose of the deity, they set the pearl there, and being very pleased, hold a great festival. Since then, Gopala has been situated in the city of Katak, and he has been known ever since as Sakshi Gopal. Text number 134. Thus, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu had the narration of Gopal's activities. Both he and his personal devotees became very pleased. Text 135. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was sitting there, the Gopal deity, all the devotees saw him, and the deity as being of the same form. Text 136. They were of the same complexions, and both are gigantic bodies, both wore saffron clothes, and both are very great. Text 137. The devotees saw that both Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Gopala were brilliantly pleasant, and our eyes like lotuses. They were both absorbed in ecstasy, and both their faces resembled full moons. Text 138. When Nityananda saw the Gopal deity and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in that way, he began to exchange remarks with the devotees. All of them were smiling. Text 139. Thus, with great pleasure, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu passed that night in the temple. After seeing the Mangala Arati ceremony in the morning, he started on his journey. Text 140. In his book Caitanya Bhagavata, Srila Vrindavan Das Thakur has very vividly described the places visited by the Sri Lord and of the way to Bhubaneswar. Purport. In his book Caitanya Bhagavata, Antya Khanda, Srila Vrindavan Das Thakur has very nicely described the Lord's journey en route to Cuttack. On that journey, the Lord visited a place known as Balihasta or Bhaṭṭācārya. He visited the city of Bhubaneswar, where Lord Shiva's temple is located. The temple of Bhubaneswar is situated about 5 to 6 miles from Bhaṭṭācārya. The temple of Lord Shiva is mentioned in the Skanda Purana. In the narration about the Lord's garden and the one mango tree, a king named Kasiraja wanted to fight with Lord Krishna, and consequently he took shelter of the Lord Shiva to acquire the power to fight the Lord. Being pleased with his worship, Lord Shiva held him to fight Krishna. Lord Shiva's name is Asutosh, which indicates that he is very easily satisfied when one worships him. Lord Shiva held him to fight Krishna. Lord Shiva names as Asutosh, which indicates that he is very easily satisfied when one worships him, regardless of the purpose, and gives his devotee whatever benediction the devotee wants. Therefore, people are generally very fond of worshipping Lord Shiva. Thus, Kasiraja was helped by Lord Shiva. But in the fight with Lord Krishna, he was not only defeated but killed. In this way, the weapon known as Pasupata Astra was baffled, and Krishna set fire to the city of Kasi. Later, Lord Shiva became consciousness of his mistake in helping Kasiraj, and he begged Lord Krishna's forgiveness. As a benediction from Lord Krishna, he received a place known as Caitanya. Later, the kings of the Kesari dynasty established their capital there, and for many hundreds of years, they reigned over the state of Orissa. Text number 141. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu arrived at Kamalapura, he took his bath in the Bhagirathi, Bharginandi river and left his sannyas staff in the hands of Lord Nityananda. Purport.
हाँ I can read.
ये purport पे खत्म कर दूं.
Okay, आप present कर लो.
ये purport है.
हाँ कर लो.
In Caitanya Bhagavata Antya Khanda chapter 2, it is stated that when Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu arrived at Sri Bhubaneswar, he visited his temple of Lord Shiva known as Gupta Kasi, the concealed Varanasi. Lord Shiva established this as a place of pilgrimage by bringing water from all holy places and creating the lake known as Bindu Sārvabhauma. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took his bath in this lake, feeling a great regard for Lord Shiva. From the spiritual point of view, people still go to the take bath in this lake. Actually, by taking a bath there, one becomes very healthy, even from the material viewpoint. Taking a bath and drinking the water of this lake can cure many diseases of the stomach. Regular bathing certainly cure indigestion. This river, the river Bhargi or Bharginadi, came to be known as the Dandabhanga Nadi after Lord Chaitanya bathed in its waters. It is situated 6 miles north of Jagannath Puri. The reason for this change of names is given as follows. Yeah.
Pranam or just continue?
Just continue.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Matan. If you have continue.
No, it's there and I will continue. No problem. You take this. Share. That's good. I like share more because good, Mataji. Thank you so much. Oh, that's enough. I sit like this. So I'll take it computer in my phone. I mean, you can fix it. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Or I can use this microphone? No, wait. Okay. You're doing a struggle, Mata. It is. But now I can't like. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to the temple of Lord Shiva, known as Kapoteswar, Nityananda Prabhu, who was keeping his sannyas, staff in custody, broke the staff into 3 parts and threw it into the river Bhargi Nadi. Later, this river became known as Danda Bhanga Nadi. यहाँ से होता है ना माता जी? अच्छा, fingerprints. Purport, given by Srila Prabhupada ki jai. The mystery of the Sannyasa Danda staff of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu has been explained by Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the order of sannyasa from Mayavadi sannyasi. The Mayavadi sannyasi generally carry one staff or danda. Taking the advantage of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's absence, Srila Nityananda Prabhu broke the staff into three parts and threw it into the river, later known as the Danda Bhanga Nadi. In the sannyas order, there are four divisions: Kutichaka, Bahuddaka, Hamsa, and Paramahamsa. Only when the sannyasi remains on the Kutichaka and Bahuddaka platform can be carried a staff. However, when one is elevated to the status of Hamsa or Paramahamsa after touring the preaching the Bhakti culture, he must give up the sannyasa staff. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It is therefore said, Sri Krishna Chaitanya Radha Krishna Nahe Anya. Two personalities, Srimati Radharani and Sri Krishna, are combined in the incarnation of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, considering Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to be an extraordinary person, Lord Nityananda Prabhu did not wait for the Paramahansa stage. He reasoned that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is automatically on the Paramahansa stage. Therefore, he does not need to carry the sannyasa danda. This is the reason Sri Nityananda Prabhu broke the staff into three pieces and threw it into the water. Text 144, translation. After seeing the temple of Jagannath from the distant place, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu immediately became ecstatic. After offering obeisances to the temple, he began to dance in the ecstasy of love of God. The word Deula refers to the temple where Supreme Personality of Godhead is situated. The present temple of Jagannath Purī was constructed by King Ananga Bhima. Historians say that temple must have been constructed at least 2000 years ago. During the time of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the small building surrounding the original temple had not been constructed, nor was the high platform in front of the temple present during the time of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 145, translation. All the devotees became ecstatic in the association of Lord Chaitanya and thus absorbed in the love of God. They were dancing and singing while going along the main road. Text 146, translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu laughed, cried, danced, and made many ecstatic vibrations and sounds. Although the temple was only 6 miles away, to him the distance seemed thousands of miles. Purport. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was in ecstasy, he considered one moment to last as long as 12 years. After seeing the Jagannath temple from a distant place, the Lord became so ecstatic that he considered the 6-mile path many thousands of miles long. Text 147, translation. The walking, the Lord eventually arrived at the place known as Atharanala. Arriving there, he expressed his external consciousness. speaking to Sri Nityananda Prabhu. Purport. At the entrance to Jagannath Puri is a bridge with 18 arches called Atharanala. Athara means 18. Text 146, translation. When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had thus regained external consciousness, he asked the Lord Nityananda Prabhu, please return my staff. Purport. Nityananda Prabhu then replied, it has been broken into 3 parts. Text 149. Translation. Nityananda Prabhu said, when you fell down in ecstasy, I caught you, but both of us together fell upon the staff. 150. Translation. Thus the staff broke under our weight. Where the pieces have gone, I cannot say. Text 151. Translation. It is certainly because of my offense that your staff was broken. Now you can punish me on this account as you think proper. Text number 152. Translation. After hearing the story about how his staff had been broken, the Lord expressed a little sadness and displaying a bit of anger, began to speak as follows. Purport. Sri Nityananda Prabhu considered Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's acceptance of sannyasa to be useless. He therefore relieved the Lord of the trouble of carrying the staff. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu expressed anger because he wanted to teach all other sannyasis that they should not give up the staff before attaining the platform of Paramahamsa. Seeing that the regulatory principles could not be slackened by such action, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to carry the staff personally. However, Nityananda broke it. For this reason, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu displayed a little anger. It is said in the Bhagavad Gita, Sloka, chapter 3.21, Yada yada acharati shrashthas tata tada avetaro jana. Whatever great people do, others follow. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to follow the Vedic principles strictly in order to save inexperienced neophytes who carried to imitate Paramahamsas. Text 153, translation. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, you have all benefited me by bringing me to Nilachala. However, my only possession was that one staff, and you have not kept it. Text number 154, translation. So all of you should go before or behind me to see Lord Jagannath. I shall not go with you. Translation, text 155, translation. Mukunda Datta told Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, my Lord, you should go ahead and allow all the others to follow. We shall not go with you. Text 156, translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then began to walk very swiftly before all the other devotees. No one should understand the real purpose of the two lords, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu. Text 157, translation. The devotees could not understand why Nityananda Prabhu broke the staff, why Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu permitted him to do so, or why after permitting him, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became angry. Text 158, translation. The pastimes of the breaking of the staff is very deep. Only one whose devotion is fixed upon the lotus feet of the Lord, two lords, can understand it. Purport. One who understands Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu in a reality can understand their identity as well as the breaking of the staff. All the previous acharyas, being induced to engage themselves fully in the service of the Lord, gave attachment for material life and thus accepted the staff, which signifies full engagement of the mind, speech, and body in the service of the Lord. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the regulatory principles of the renounced order of life. That is completely clear. However, in the Paramahamsa states, there is no need to accept a danda staff, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was certainly in the Paramahamsa stage. Nonetheless, to indicate that everyone should take sannyas at the end of life in order to engage fully in the service of the Lord. Even a Paramahamsa like Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his confidential devotees follow the regulatory principles unfailingly. Indeed, that was his purpose. Nityananda Prabhu, who was his eternal servitor, believed that there was no need for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to carry the staff and to declare to the world that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was above all regulations. He broke it into three pieces. The pastime known as Danda Bhanga Lila is thus explained by Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Text 159, translation. The glories of Lord Gopal, who is merciful to Brahmanas, are very great. The narration of Sakshi Gopal was spoken by Nityananda Prabhu and heard by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Purport. There are 4 points of instruction one should consider in the story of Sakshi Gopal. First, the deity Archa Vigraha is Sri Gopal, is eternally Satchidananda Vigraha, the transcendental form of the Lord. Second, the deity surpasses material regulatory principles and extends the reality of transcendental principles. Third, one can be situated in a transcendental position after becoming a Brahmana, but at a Brahmana, one has to follow the regulatory principles very strictly. Lastly, Brahmanya Deva indicates Lord Sri Chaitanya Krishna, Lord Sri Krishna himself, who is worshipped thus Namo Brahmanya Devaya Gaubrahmanya Hitaya Cha Jagatadhitaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo Namaha. This indicates that a devotee who is under the protection of Krishna is automatically situated as a Brahmana, and such a Brahmana is not illusion. This is a factual. Text 160, translation. One who hears this narration of Lord Gopala with faith and love very soon attains the Lord Lotus feet of Lord Gopal. Text 161, translation. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunatha, always desiring their mercy. I, Krishnadas, narrated Sri Caitanya Caritamrta, following in their footsteps. Purport. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta purport to Sri Caitanya Caritamrta, Madhya Lila, 5th chapter, describing the activities of Sakshi Gopala. Chapter 6, the liberation of Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya. A summary of the 6th chapter is given by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur in his Amrita Pravada Bhasya as follows. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu entered the temple of Jagannath, he immediately fainted. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya then took him to his home. Meanwhile, Gopinath Acharya, the brother-in-law of Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya, met Mukunda Datta and talked to him about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's acceptance of sannyasa and his journey to Jagannath Puri. After hearing about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's fainting, and his being carried to the house of Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya, people crowded there to see the Lord. Srila Nityananda Prabhu and other devotees then visited the Jagannath temple, and when they came back to the house of Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned to external consciousness. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya received everyone and distributed Mahaprasad with great care. The Bhaṭṭācārya then became acquainted with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and arranged accommodation at his aunt's house. His brother-in-law Gopinath Acharya established that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was Krishna himself, but Sārvabhauma and his many disciples could not accept this. However, Gopinath Acharya convinced Sārvabhauma that no one can understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead without being favored by him. He approved by Shastric quotations from the revealed scriptures that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was Krishna himself in person. Still, Sārvabhauma did not take these statements very seriously. Hearing all these arguments, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told his devotees that Sārvabhauma was his spiritual master and that whatever he said out of affection was well for everyone's benefit. Then Sārvabhauma met Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He asked him to hear Vedanta philosophy from him. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted this proposal, and for 7 days he continually heard Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya explain the Vedanta Sutra. However, the Lord remained very silent. Because of his silence, the Bhaṭṭācārya asked him whether he was understanding the Vedanta philosophy, and the Lord replied, Sir, I can understand Vedanta philosophy very clearly, but I cannot understand your explanations. There was then a discussion between the Bhaṭṭācārya and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu concerning the authority of the Vedic scriptures, specifically the Upanishads and Vedanta Sutras. The Bhaṭṭācārya was an impersonalist, but Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu proved that absolute truth is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He proved that the conceptions of Mayavadi philosophers concerning the impersonal absolute truth are incorrect. The absolute truth is neither impersonal nor without power. The greatest mistake made by Mayavadi philosophers is in conceiving the absolute truth to be impersonal and without energy. In all the Vedas, the unlimited energies of the absolute truth have been accepted. It is also accepted that the absolute truth has his transcendental, bliss, eternal form. According to the Vedas, the Lord and the living entity are equal in quality, but different quantitatively. The real philosophy of the absolute truth states that the Lord has his creation are inconceivably and simultaneously one and the different. The conclusion is that the Mayavadi philosophers are actually atheists. There was much discussion on this issue between Sārvabhauma and Caitanya Mahaprabhu. But despite all his endeavors, the Bhaṭṭācārya was defeated in the end. At the request of Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then explained the Atmarama verse of Srimad Bhagavatam in 18 different ways. When the Bhaṭṭācārya came to his senses, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu disclosed his real identity. The Bhaṭṭācārya then recited 100 verses in praise of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and offered his obeisances. After this, Gopinath Acharya and all the others, having seen the wonderful potencies of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, became very joyful. One morning, after this incident, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu received some prasadam from Jagannath and offered it to Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya. Without caring for formality, the Bhaṭṭācārya immediately partook of the Mahaprasadam. On another day, when the Bhaṭṭācārya asked Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu the best way to worship and meditate, the Lord advised him to chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. On other day, the Bhaṭṭācārya wanted to change the reading of the Tata Te Nukum Pam verse because he did not like the word Mukti Pada. He wanted to substitute the word Bhakti Pada. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu advised Sārvabhauma not to change the reading of Srimad Bhagavatam because Mukti Pada indicated the lotus feet of Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna. Having become a pure devotee, the Bhaṭṭācārya said, because the meaning is lazy, I still prefer Bhakti Pada. At this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the other inhabitants of Jagannath Purī became very pleased. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya thus became a pure Vaishnava, and the other learned scholars there followed him. Text 1, translation. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Lord Gaurachandra, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who converted the hard-hearted Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya, the reservoir of all bad logic, into a great devotee. Text 2, translation. All glories to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all glories to Nityananda Prabhu, all glories to Advaita Acharya, and all glories to all the devotees of Lord Chaitanya. Text 3, translation. In ecstasy, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went from Atharanala to the temple of Jagannath. After seeing Lord Jagannath, he became very restless due to love of Godhead. Text 4, translation. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went swiftly to embrace Lord Jagannath. But when he entered the temple, he was so overwhelmed with love of Godhead that he fainted to the floor. Text 5, translation. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu fell down, Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya happened to see him. When the watchman returned to beat the Lord, Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya immediately forbade him. Text 6, translation. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya was very surprised to see the personal beauty of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, as well as the transcendental transformation wrong on his body due to love of Godhead. Text 7, translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu remained unconscious for a long time. Meanwhile, the time for offering prasadam to Lord Jagannath came, and the Bhaṭṭācārya tried to think of a remedy. Text 8, translation. While Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was unconscious, Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya, with the help of the watchman and some disciples, carried him to his home and laid him down in a very sanctified room. Purport. At that time, Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya lived on the southern side of Jagannath temple. His home was practically on the beach and was known as Markandeya Sarastakta. At present, it is used as a monastery of Ganga Mata. Text 9, translation. Examining the body of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sārvabhauma saw that his abdomen was not moving and that he was not breathing. Seeing his condition, the Bhaṭṭācārya became very anxious. Text 10, translation. The Bhaṭṭācārya then took a fine cotton swab and put it before the Lord's nostrils. When he saw the cotton move very slightly, he became hopeful. Text 11, translation. Sitting beside Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he thought, this is a transcendental ecstatic transformation brought about by love of Krishna. Text 12, translation. Upon seeing the sign of Suddipta Sattvika, Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya could immediately understand the transcendental ecstatic transformation in the body of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Such a sign takes place only in the bodies of eternally liberated devotees. Purport. The word Suddipta Sattvika is explained as follows by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. The Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu mentions 8 kinds of transcendental transformations in the bodies of advanced devotees. These are sometimes checked by the devotee, and there are 2 stages of such checking, technically known as Dhumayita and Jwalita. The Dhumayita smoking stage is exhibited when only 1 or 2 transformations are slightly present, and it is possible to conceal them. When more than 2 or 3 transcendental transformations are manifest, and it is still possible to conceal them. Although with great difficulty, that stage is called a Jwalita, lighted. When 4 or 5 symptoms are exhibited, the Deepta, blazing, stage has been reached. When 5, 6, or all 8 symptoms are simultaneously manifest, that position is called a Uddikta, inflamed. And when all 8 symptoms are multiplied 1,000 times and are all visible at once, the devotee is in the Sudipta, intensely flamed stage. Nityasiddha Bhakta indicates the eternally liberated associates of the Lord. Such devotees enjoy the company of the Lord in 4 relationships as servant, friend, parent, and conjugal lover. Text 13, translation. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya considered the uncommon ecstatic symptoms of Adhiruddha Bhava are appearing in the body of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This is very wonderful. How are they possible in the body of a human being? Purport given by Srila. Purport. Adhiruddha Bhava or Adhiruddha Mahabhava is explained in Ujjvala Nilamani of Sri Rupa Goswami. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur quotes Rupa Goswami as follows. The loving propensity of Ashraya, devotee, toward the Visaya Lord becomes so ecstatic that even after enjoying the company of the beloved, the devotee feels that his enjoyment is insufficient. At such a time, the lover sees the beloved in different ways. Such a development of ecstasy is called anuraga. When anuraga reaches its highest limit and becomes perceivable in the body, it is called bhava. When the bodily symptoms are not very distinct, however, the emotional state is still called anuraga, not bhava. When bhava ecstasy is intensified, it is called mahabhava. The symptoms of mahabhava are visible only in the bodies of eternal associates like the gopis. Text 14 translation. While Bhaṭṭācārya was thinking in this way at his home, all the devotees of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, headed by Nityananda Prabhu, approached the Singha Dwara, the entrance door of the temple. Text 15 translation. There the devotees heard the people talking about the mendicant who had come to Jagannath Puri and seen the deity of Jagannath. Text 16 translation. The people say that the sannyasi had fallen unconscious upon seeing the deity of Lord Jagannath. Because his consciousness did not return, Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya had taken him to his home. Text 17 translation. Hearing this, the devotees could understand that they were speaking of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Just then Sri Gopinath Acharya arrived. Text 18 translation. Gopinath Acharya was a resident of Nadia, the son-in-law of Visharada and a devotee of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He knew the true identity of his lordship. Purport. Maheshwara Visharada was a classmate of Nilambara Chakravartis. He lived in a Nadia district in a village called Vidyanagar and had two sons named Madhusudana Vachaspati and Vasudeva Sārvabhauma. His son-in-law was Gopinath Acharya. Text 19 translation. Gopinath Acharya had previously been acquainted with Mukunda Datta, and when the Acharya saw him at Jagannath Puri, he was very much astonished. Text 20 translation. Mukunda Datta offered obeisances unto Gopinath Acharya upon meeting him. Then the Acharya embraced Mukunda Datta and inquired about news of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 21 translation. Mukunda Datta replied, "The Lord has already arrived here. We have come with him." Text 22 translation. As soon as Gopinath Acharya saw Nityananda Prabhu, he offered his obeisances unto him. In this way, meeting all the devotees, he asked about news of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu again and again. Text 23 translation. Mukunda Datta continued. After accepting the sannyas order, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has come to Jagannath Puri and has brought all of us with him. Text 24 translation. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu left our company and walked ahead to see Lord Jagannath. We have just arrived and are now looking for him. Text 25 translation. From the talk of the people in general, we have guessed that the Lord is now at the house of Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya. Text 26, translation. Upon seeing Lord Jagannath, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became ecstatic and fell unconscious. And Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya has taken him to his home in this condition. Text 27, translation. Just as I was thinking of meeting you, by chance, we have actually met. Text 28, translation. First, let us all go to the house of Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya and see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Later, we shall come to see Lord Jagannath. Text 29. Hearing this and feeling very pleased, Gopinath Acharya immediately took all the devotees with him and approached the house of Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya. Text 30. Arriving at the home of Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya, everyone saw the Lord lying unconscious. Seeing him in this condition, Gopinath Acharya became very unhappy. But at the same time, he was happy just to see the Lord. Text 31st translation. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya permitted all the devotees to enter his house. And upon seeing Nityananda Prabhu, the Bhaṭṭācārya offered him obeisances. Text 32, translation. Sārvabhauma met with all the devotees and offered them a proper welcome. They were all pleased to see Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 33, translation. The Bhaṭṭācārya then sent them all back to see Lord Jagannath, and he asked his own son, Chandaneswara, to accompany them as a guide. Text 34, translation. Everyone was then very pleased to see the deity of Lord Jagannath. Lord Nityananda in particular was overwhelmed with ecstasy. Text 35, translation. When Lord Nityananda Prabhu nearly fainted, all the devotees caught him and studied him. At that time, the priest of Lord Jagannath brought a garland that had been offered to the deity and offered it to Nityananda Prabhu. Text 36, translation. Everyone was pleased to receive this garland worn by Lord Jagannath. Afterwards, they all returned to the place where Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was staying. Text 37, translation. All of the devotees then began to loudly chant Hare Krishna mantra. Just before noon, the Lord regained his consciousness. Text 38, translation. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu got up and very loudly chanted, Hari, Hari. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya was very pleased to see the Lord regain consciousness, and he took the dust of the Lord's lotus feet. Text 39, translation. The Bhaṭṭācārya informed all of them, please take your midday baths immediately. Today I shall offer you Mahaprasad, the remnant of food offered to Lord Jagannath. Text 40, translation. After bathing in the sea, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees returned very soon. The Lord then washed his feet and sat down on a carpet to take lunch. Text 41, translation. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya made arrangements to bring various kinds of Mahaprasad from the Jagannath temple. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then accepted lunch with great happiness. Text 42, translation. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was offered special rice and first-class vegetables. What? Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was offered special rice and first-class vegetables on golden plates. He thus took lunch in the company of his devotees. Text 43, translation. While Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya personally distributed the prasadam, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu requested him, please give me only boiled vegetables. Purport. Lapra Vyanjana is preparation in which many vegetables are boiled together. And then a chanka is added, consisting of spices like cumin, black pepper, and mustard seeds. Text 44, translation. You can offer the cakes and preparations made with condensed milk to all the devotees. Hearing this, the Bhaṭṭācārya folded his hands and spoke as follows. Text 45, translation. Today, all of you, please try to taste the lunch just as Lord Jagannath accepted it. Text 46, translation. After saying this, he made them all eat, and various cakes and condensed milk preparations. After feeding them, he offered them water to wash their hands, feet, and mouths. Text 47. Begging permission from Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees, Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya then went with Gopinath Acharya to take lunch. After finishing their lunch, they returned to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 48, translation. Offering these obeisances to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya said, Namo Narayana. I offer my obeisances to Narayana. Purport. In return, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Krishna Matir Astu. Let your attention be on Krishna. It is the etiquette among sannyasis, those on the fourth platform of spiritual life, to offer respects by saying Om Namo Narayana. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Narayana. This greeting is used especially by Mayavadi sannyasis. According to the Smriti scriptures, a sannyasi should not expect anything from anyone, nor should he consider himself identical with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Vaishnava sannyasis never think of themselves as being one of the Lord. They always consider themselves eternal servants of Krishna, and they want to see everyone in the world become Krishna conscious. For this reason, a Vaishnava sannyasi always offers his blessings to everyone, saying, Krishna Matira Astu, may you become Krishna conscious. Text 49, translation. Hearing these words, Sārvabhauma understood Lord Chaitanya to be a Vaishnava sannyasi. Text 50, translation. Sārvabhauma then said to Gopinath Acharya, I want to know Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's previous situation. Purport. The word Purva Shrama refers to one's previous situation in life. Sometimes a person will accept the renounced order from household life, and sometimes even from student, brahmachari life. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya wanted to know of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's previous situation as a householder. Text 51, translation. Gopinath Acharya replied, there was a man named Jagannath who was a resident of Navadvipa and whose surname was Mishra Purandara. Mishra Purandara. Text 52, translation. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the son of that Jagannath Mishra, and his former name was Vishwambara Mishra. He also happens to be the grandson of Nilambara Chakravarti. Text 53, translation. The Bhaṭṭācārya said, Nilambar Chakravarti was a classmate of my father, Maheshwara Visharada. I know him as such. Text 54, translation. Jagannath Mishra Purandara was respected by my father. Thus, because of their relationship with my father, I respect both Jagannath Mishra and Nilambar Chakravarti. Text 55, translation. Hearing that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu belonged to the Madhya district, Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya became very pleased and addressed the Lord as follows. Text 56, translation. You are naturally respectable. Besides, you are a sannyasi. Thus, I wish to become your personal servant. Purport. A sannyasi is always to be worshipped and offered all kinds of respect by the grihastha, householders. Although Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya was older than Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sārvabhauma respected him as a sannyasi and as one who had attained the topmost platform of spiritual ecstasy. Thus, the Bhattacharya certainly accepted him as his master. Text 57, translation. As soon as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard this from the Bhattacharya, he immediately remembered Lord Vishnu and began to speak humbly to him as follows. Text 58, translation. Because you are a teacher of Vedanta philosophy, you are the master of all the people in the world and their well-wishers as well. You are also the benefactor of all kinds of sannyasis. Purport. Because the Mayavadi sannyasis teach Vedanta philosophy to their students or disciples, they are customarily called a Jagat Guru. This indicates that they are the benefactors of all people. Although Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya was not a sannyasi but a householder, he used to invite all the sannyasis to his home and offer them prasadam. Thus, he was accepted as the best well-wisher and friend of all the sannyasis. Text 59, translation. I am a young sannyasi and I actually have no knowledge of what is good and what is bad. Therefore, I am taking a shelter of you and accepting you as my spiritual master. Text 60, translation. I have come here only to associate with you, and I am now taking shelter of you. Will you kindly maintain me in all respects? In all respects. Text 61, translation. The incident that happened today was a great obstacle for me, but you have kindly relieved me of it. Text 62, translation. The Bhattacharya replied, do not go alone to see the deity at the Jagannath temple. It is better that you go with me or my men. Text 63, translation. The Lord said, I shall never enter the temple, but shall always view the Lord from the side of the Garuda Stamba. Text 64, translation. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya then told Gopinath Acharya, take Goswami and show him Lord Jagannath. Text 65, translation. Also, the apartment belonging to my maternal aunt is in a very solitary place. Make all arrangement for him to stay there. Text 66, translation. Thus, Gopinath Acharya took Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to his residential quarters and showed him where to find water, tubs, and water baths. Indeed, he arranged everything. Text 67 translation. The next day, Gopinath Acharya took Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to see the early rising of Lord Jagannath. Text 68. Gopinath Acharya then took Mukundadatta with him and went to Sārvabhauma's house. When they arrived, Sārvabhauma addressed Mukundadatta as follows. Text 69 translation. The sannyasi is very meek and humble by nature, and his person is very beautiful to see. Consequently, my affection for him increases. Purport. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya considered Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu a very humble and a meek person because although Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was a sannyasi, he still retained the brahmachari name, his brahmachari name. The Lord took sannyas from Kesava Bharati in the Bharati Sampradaya, in which the brahmacharis, the assistant of the sannyasis, are named Caitanya. Even after accepting sannyasa, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu retained the name Caitanya, meaning a humble servant of a sannyasi. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya appreciated this very much. Text 70, translation. From which sampradaya has accepted the sannyas order, and what is his name? Text 71, translation. Gopinath Acharya replied, the Lord's name is Sri Krishna Caitanya, and his sannyasa preceptor is the greatly fortunate Kesava Bharati. Text 72, translation. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya said, Sri Krishna is a very good name, but he belongs to the Bharati community. Therefore, he is a second-class sannyasi. Text 73, translation. Gopinath Acharya replied, Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu does not rely on any external formality. There is no need for him to accept the sannyas order from a superior sampradaya. Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted sannyas from the Bharati Sampradaya community, which belongs to the disciplic succession of Shankaracharya. Shankaracharya introduced a name for his sannyas disciples, and these are 10 in number. Out of these, the surnames Tirtha, Ashrama, and Saraswati are considered topmost. In the monastery at Srangeri, the surname Saraswati is considered first class, Bharati second class, and Purī third class. A sannyasi who is very nicely understood the slogan Tatta Tvam Asi, and who takes his bath at the confluence of the rivers Ganges, Yamuna, and Saraswati is called a Tirtha. A person who is very eager to accept sannyas, who is detached from worldly activities, who has no desire for any kind of material facilities, and who is thus saved from repeated birth and death, is known as ashrama. When a sannyasi lives in a beautiful solitary place in the forest and is freed from all material desires, he called a vana. A sannyasi who is always lives in the forest and renounces all connection with the world in order to be elevated to the heavenly planets, where he can live in the Nandana Kanana is called Aranya. One who prefers living in the mountain, engaging in the study of Bhagavad Gita, and whose intelligence is fixed in called Giri. one who prefers living in the great mountains, even among ferocious animals, to attain the summit of philosophical speculation, understanding that the essence of this material world is useless, is called a paravata. A sannyasi who has dipped into the ocean of absolute truth and collected some valuable stones of knowledge from that ocean, who never falls from the regulatory principles of a sannyasi, is called a sagara. One who has learned the classical art of music, who engages in its culture, and who has become expert and completely aloof from material attachment is called a Saraswati. Saraswati is the goddess of music and learning, and in one hand she holds a musical instrument called a veena. A sannyasi who is always engaged in music for spiritual elevation is called Saraswati. One who has become completely educated and freed from all kinds of ignorance, and who is never unhappy, even in a distressed condition, is called a Bharati. One who has become very expert in absolute knowledge, who is situated in absolute truth, and who always discusses the absolute truth, is called Purī. All these sannyasis are assisted by brahmacharis, who are described as follows. One who knows the real identity and is fixed in his particular occupational duty, who is always happy in spiritual understanding, is called a Swarupa Brahmachari. One who completely known the Brahman effulgence and is always engaged in the practice of yoga is called a Prakasa Brahmachari. One who has acquired absolute knowledge and who always meditates on the absolute truth. Knowledge is unlimited, and the Brahman effulgence, thus keeping himself in transcendental bliss, is called a Ananda Brahmachari. One who is able to distinguish between matter and spirit, who is never disturbed by material transformations, and who meditates on the unlimited, inexhaustibly auspicious Brahman effulgence, is a first class learned brahmachari and is named Caitanya. When Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya was talking with Gopinath Acharya about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's sannyasa community, he appreciated first name Sri Krishna, but did not like the surname Chaitanya, which is the name for a brahmachari belonging to the Bharati community. He therefore suggested that the Lord be elevated to the Saraswati community. However, Gopinath Acharya pointed out that the Lord does not depend on any external formality. Gopinath Acharya was firmly convinced that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was Krishna himself and therefore independent of any external ritual or formality. If one wants to engage in pure devotional service, he does not require rituals, superiority as a Bharati or a Saraswati. Text for 74 translation. The Bhaṭṭācārya inquired Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is in his full-fledged, youthful life. How can he keep the principles of sannyas? Text 75, translation. I shall continually recite the Vedanta philosophy before Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, so that he may remain fixed in his renunciation and thus enter upon the path of monism. Purport. According to Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya, among sannyasis, the cultivation of Vedanta philosophy helps in becoming detached from sense gratification. Thus, a sannyasi can protect the prestige of wearing a loincloth, kaupina. One has to practice sense control as well as mind control and subdue the six forces of speech, mind, anger, tongue, belly, and genitals. Then one can become expert in understanding the devotional service of the Lord and thus become a perfect sannyasi. For that purpose, one must cultivate knowledge and renunciation regularly. When one is attached to material sense gratification, he cannot protect his sannyas order. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya suggested that by the study of Vairagya renunciation, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu might be saved from clutches of full-fledged youthful desires. Text 76 translation. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya then suggested, if Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would like, I could bring him into a first-class sampradaya by offering him saffron cloths and performing the reformatory process again. Purport. The Bhaṭṭācārya wanted to reinstate Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu into a Saraswati sampradaya because he did not like the lords belonging to the Bharati sampradaya or Purī sampradaya. Actually, he did not know the position of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not depend on an inferior or superior sampradaya. The Supreme Personality of Godhead remains in the superior position in all circumstances. Text 77 translation. Gopinath Acharya and Mukunda Datta became very unhappy when they heard this. Gopinath Acharya therefore addressed Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya as follows. Text 78 translation. My dear Bhaṭṭācārya, you do not know the greatness of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All the symptoms of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are found in him to the highest degree. Purport. Since the Bhaṭṭācārya was an impersonalist, he had no idea of the absolute truth beyond the impersonal effulgence. However, Gopinath Acharya informed him that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Those who know the absolute truth know it in three phases as explained in Srimad Bhagavatam, 1st Canto, 2nd Chapter, 11th Slok. Vedanti tattva vidasa tattvem yaja jnanam advayam brahmeti paramatmeti bhagavan iti saptayate. Those who are in knowledge of the non-dual absolute truth know very clearly what is Brahman, what is the Paramatma, and what is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is Sada Vaisarya Purna, complete with 6 opulences. Gopinath Acharya emphasized that all those 6 opulences were completely existing in Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 79, translation. Gopinath Acharya continued, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is celebrated as Supreme Personality of Godhead. Those who are ignorant in this connection find the conclusion of knowledgeable. men very difficult to understand. Text 80, translation. The disciples of Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya retaliated. By what evidence do you conclude that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the Supreme Lord? Purport. Gopinath Acharya replied, the statements of authorized Acharya who understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead are proof. Since the appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, there have been many pseudo-incarnations in India who do not present authorized evidence. 500 years ago, the disciples of Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya, being very learned scholars, were certainly right in asking Gopinath Acharya for evidence. If a person proposes that he himself is God, or that someone else is an incarnation of God, or God himself, he must cite evidence from Shastra to prove his claim. Thus, the request of Bhattacharya's disciples is quite bona fide. Unfortunately, at the present moment, it has become fashionable to present someone as an incarnation of God without referring to the Shastras. Before an intelligent person accepts someone as an incarnation of God, however, he must ask about the evidence. When the disciples of Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya challenged Gopinath Acharya, he immediately replied correctly, we must hear the statements of great personalities in order to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Lord Krishna is established as the Supreme Personality of Godhead by statements from many authorized persons, such as Brahma, Narada, Vyasadeva, Asita, and Arjuna. Similarly, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is also established as the Supreme Personality of Godhead by evidence from the same personalities. This will be explained later. Lila Mata. Yes.
Text 81. The disciples of Bhaṭṭācārya said, we derive knowledge of the absolute truth by logical hypothesis. Purport. Gopinathacharya replied, one cannot attain real knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead by such logical hypothesis and argument. The Mayavadi philosophers in particular make certain hypotheses about the absolute truth The reason that in the material world we experience that everything is created, if we trace the history of anything, we find a creator. Therefore, there must be a creator of this huge cosmic manifestation. By such reasoning, they come to the conclusion that the higher power has created this cosmic manifestation. The Mayavadis do not accept this great power to be a person. Their brains cannot accommodate the fact that the huge cosmic manifestation can be created by a person. They doubt this because as soon as they think of a person, they think of a person within the material world with limited potency. Sometimes the Mayavadi philosophers will accept Lord Krishna or Lord Rama as Bhagavan, but they think of the Lord as a person having a material body. The Mayavadis do not understand that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, has a spiritual body. They think of Krishna as a great personality, a human being, within whom there is a supreme impersonal power, Brahman. Therefore, they finally conclude that the impersonal Brahman is the supreme, not the personality Krishna. This is the basis of Mayavadi philosophy. However, from the Shastras, we can understand that the Brahman effulgence consists of the bodily rays of Krishna. Yasya prabha pravavato jagadanda kotis ashesha vasudhadi vibhuti bhinam tad Brahma nishkalam anantam ashesha budam govindamadi purusham tamaham khayami. I serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Govinda, the primeval Lord, the effulgence of whose transcendental body is known as the Brahmayoti. That Brahmayoti, which is unlimited, unphantomed, and all-pervasive, is the cause of the creation of unlimited numbers of planets with varieties of climates and specific conditions of life. Brahma Samhita 5.40. Mayavadi philosophers study the Vedic literature, but they do not understand that in the last stage of realization, the absolute truth is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. They do not accept the fact that there is a creator of this cosmic manifestation, but that is Anumana hypothesis. The Mayavadi philosopher's logic is something like seeing smoke on a hill and concluding that there is a fire. When there is a forest fire on a high hill, smoke is first of all visible. Since it is known that the smoke is created where there is fire, from seeing the smoke on the hill, one can conclude that a fire is burning there. Similarly, from seeing this cosmic manifestation, the Mayavadi philosophers conclude that there must be a creator. The disciples of Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya wanted evidence to show that Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was actually the creator of the cosmic manifestation. Only then would they accept him as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the original cause of creation. Gopinathacharya replied that one could not understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead by guesswork. As Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita 7.25, Naham Prakasha Sarvasya Yogamaya Sarvatva Samartva Mudodyam Nabhinyati Lokamam Ayam Avyayam. I'm never manifest to the foolish and unintelligent. For them I am covered by eternal creative potency, Yogamaya, and so the deluded world knows me not, who I am unborn and infallible. The Supreme Personality of Godhead reserves the right not being exposed to non-devotees. He can only be understood by a bona fide devotee. Lord Krishna says elsewhere in the Bhagavad Gita, Bhaktya Mam Abhya Nati, one can understand me only by the devotional process. In the fourth chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, 4.3, Lord Krishna says, Bhaktosime Sakhasati Rahasyam Hai Etad Uttamam. Here Lord Krishna informs Arjuna that he is disclosing the secrets of the Bhagavad Gita to him because he is his devotee. Arjuna was not a sannyasi, nor was he a Vedantist or Brahmana. He was, however, a devotee of Krishna. The conclusion is that we have to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead from the devotees. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu himself says, Guru Krishna Prasadya Paya Bhakti Lata Biya. CC Madhya 19.151. More evidence can be cited to show that without the mercy of a devotee or the mercy of Krishna, one cannot understand what is Krishna and what is Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is confirmed in the next verse, text 82. Gopinathacharya continued, one can understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead only by his mercy, not by guesswork or hypothesis. Purport. One cannot understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead simply by exhibiting some mundane magic. Foolish people are enchanted by magical demonstrations, and when they see a few wonderful things done by a mystical power, they accept a magician as a personality of Godhead or an incarnation. This is not the way of realization, nor should one guess or speculate about an incarnation of God or the personality of Godhead. One has to learn from the bona fide person or from the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself, as Arjuna did, by the mercy of Krishna. Krishna himself also gives many hints about his potencies as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One should understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead only through this evidence presented by the Shastras and the Mahayanas. In any case, one must have the mercy of the Lord in order to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead by devotional service. Text 83. The Acharya continued, if one receives but a tiny bit of the Lord's favor by dint of devotional service, he can understand the nature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 84. My Lord, if one is favored by even a slight rays of the mercy of your lotus feet, he can understand the greatness of your personality. But those who speculate in order to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead are unable to know you, even though they continue to study the Vedas for many years. Purport. The above verse is from Srimad Bhagavatam. The Brahma Samhita states, Vedeshu Durlabham Atma Bhaktao. BS 5.33. Although the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna is the ultimate goal of knowledge, Vedaishtsa Sarvai Aham Eva Vedya, one who is not a pure devotee and who is not engaged in the service of the Lord cannot understand him. Lord Brahma therefore confirms this. Vedeshu Durlabham. It is very difficult to understand the Supreme Lord simply through one's studies. Adurlabham Atma Bhaktao. However, it is very easy for the devotees to capture the Lord. The Lord is known as Ajita, unconquerable. No one can conquer the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but the Lord consents to be conquered by his devotees. That is his nature. As stated in Padma Purana, Ata Shri Krishna Namadi Nabhaved Grahyam Indriyahi Savomukte Hi Javadao Swayam Eva Spurati Ada. Being pleased by devotional service, devotional activities, the Lord reveals himself to his devotees. That is the way to understand him. The verse from Srimad Bhagavatam quoted by Gopinathacharya was originally spoken by Lord Brahma when he was defeated by Lord Krishna. Lord Brahma had stolen all the calves and cowherd boars in order to test Krishna's power. Lord Brahma admitted that his own extraordinary powers within the universe were not in the least comparable to the unlimited powers of Lord Krishna. If Lord Brahma can make a mistake in understanding Krishna, what to speak of ordinary persons who either misunderstand Krishna or falsely present a so-called incarnation of Krishna for their own sense gratification. Text 85-86. Gopinathacharya then addressed Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya, you are a great scholar and a teacher of many disciples. Indeed, there is no other scholar like you on earth. Nonetheless, because you are bereft of even a pinch of the Lord's mercy, you cannot understand him even though he is present in your home. Text 87. It is not your fault. It is the verdict of the scriptures. You cannot understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead simply by scholarship. Purport. This is a very important verse. Even big scholars cannot understand Krishna, yet they dare comment on the Bhagavad Gita. Reading the Bhagavad Gita means understanding Krishna. Yet we actually see many scholars making blunders in trying to understand Krishna. Gopinathacharya's statement is confirmed in many places in the Vedic literature. In the Katha Upanishad 1.2.23, it is stated, Nayamatma Parvachanena labhyo namedhayana bahuma shrutena yamevaisha vernute tena labhyas tasyaisa sha atma vernute tanum svam. It is also stated at Katha Upanishad 1.2.9. Naisha tarkena matir apanya praktaya naiva sunyanya prashtha yam tvam apa satya datir batasi tvardi padran no bhuyan nachiketa prashta. The fact is that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Super Soul, cannot be attained simply by explanations, logic, and erudite scholarship. One cannot understand him simply by one's brain substance. Even by studying all the Vedic literatures, one cannot understand the Supreme Lord. However, if one is slightly favored by the mercy of the Lord, if Lord is pleased, one can understand him. But who are the candidates eligible to receive the mercy of the Lord? Only the devotees, they alone can understand what is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Lord reveals himself to the sincere devotee when he is pleased with his service. Svayameva sprutai shurati ada. Svayameva shurati ada. One could not try to understand the Lord simply from the statements of the Vedas, nor should one uselessly attempt to decry these statements through reasoning and logic. Text 88. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya replied, My dear Gopinathacharya, please speak with great care. What is the proof that you have received of the mercy of the Lord? Text 89, Gopinathacharya replied, Knowledge of the summum bonum, the absolute truth, is evidence of the mercy of the Supreme Lord. Purport. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya informed his brother-in-law Gopinathacharya, the Supreme Personality of Godhead may not have shown mercy to me, but what is the proof of his having shown it to you? Kindly let us know about this. In reply to this, Gopinathacharya said that summum bonum, the absolute truth, and his different potencies are identical. Therefore, one can understand the substance of the absolute truth by the manifestation of his different potencies. The summum bonum includes all potencies in one unit. The absolute truth combined with different characteristics is the original substance. Vastu. Parasya Shakir Vividhaiva Shruyate. Thus, the Vedas state that the absolute truth has different potencies. When one understands the characteristics of the potencies of the absolute truth, one is aware of the absolute truth. On the material platform as well, one can understand the substance by the manifestation of its symptoms. For example, then when there is heat, it is to be understood that there is fire. The heat of the fire is perceived directly. The fire may not be visible, but one can search out the fire by feeling heat. Similarly, if one can perceive the characteristic of the absolute truth, we can know that he has understood the substance of the absolute truth by the mercy of the Lord. In the Bhagavad Gita 7.25, it is said, Naham Prakasha Sarvasya, the Supreme Personality of Godhead reserves the right of not being exposed to everyone. Sebon Mukhe He Javadao Svayamiva Spurayada. The Lord reveals himself to a devotee when he is completely satisfied by the devotee's service. Thus, one cannot understand the Supreme Lord without his mercy. The absolute truth cannot be understood by speculation. And this is the conclusion of the Bhagavad Gita. Text 90. Caitanya continued, you have seen the symptoms of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the body of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu during his absorption in his ecstatic mood. Text 91. Despite directly perceiving the symptoms of the Supreme Lord in the body of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, you cannot understand him. This is commonly called illusion. Gopinathacharya is pointing out that Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya had already seen uncommon symptoms of ecstasy in the body of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. These uncommon symptoms of ecstatic love indicated the Supreme Person, but despite having seen all these symptoms, the Bhaṭṭācārya could not understand the Lord's transcendental nature. He was considering the Lord's pastimes to be mundane. This was certainly due to illusion. Text 92, translation. A person influenced by the external energy is called Varimukha Jana, a mundane person, because despite his perception, he cannot understand the real substance. Hearing Gopinathacharya say this, Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya smiled and began to speak as follows. Purport. When one's heart is not cleansed, one cannot awaken the transcendental nature of devotional service, as Lord Krishna confirms in Bhagavad Gita. Yesham tviv antagatam papam, yanatam punya karmanam, dandva moha nirmukta, khayanti mam dirtavrita. Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life and whose sinful actions are completely eradicated are freed from the dualities of delusion and engage themselves in my service with determination. When one is actually engaged in pure devotional service, it is understood that he has already attained freedom from all reactions to sinful activities. In other words, it is to be understood that devotees are already freed from sin. A sinful person, as miscreant, Duskriti, cannot engage in devotional service, nor can one engage in devotional service simply on the basis of scholarly speculation. One has to wait for the mercy of the Lord in order to render pure devotional service. Text 93, translation. The Bhaṭṭācārya said, we are just having a discussion among friends and considering the points described in the scriptures. Do not become angry. I'm simply speaking on the strength of the Shastras. Please don't take any offense. Text 94. Translation. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is certainly a great and common devotee, but we cannot accept him as an incarnation of Lord Vishnu, because according to Shastra, there is no incarnation in this age of Kali. Text 95. Another name for Lord Vishnu is Triyuga, because there is no incarnation of Lord Vishnu in Kali Yuga. Indeed, this is the verdict of the revealed scriptures. Purport. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu, is known as Triyuga, which means that he is manifest in 3 yugas. However, this means that in the age of Kali, the Lord appears not directly but in disguise. This is confirmed in Srimad Bhagavatam 7.9.38. Itamnar Triyag Rsideva Jagashavata Thairar Okan Vayasi Hamsi Jagat Pratipam Dharmam Maha Purusha Pasi Yiganu Vrtam Chanakalau and Jad Abhavas Triyugo Tha Satvam. My Lord, you kill all the enemies of the world in your multifarious incarnations in the families of men, animals, demigods, rishis, aquatics, and so on. Thus you illuminate the worlds with transcendental knowledge. In the age of Kali, Omar Mahapurusha, you sometimes appear in a covered incarnation. Therefore, you are known as Triyuga, one who appears in only 3 yugas. Srila Shridhara Swami was also verified that Lord Vishnu appears in the age of Kali but does not act as he does in other ages. Lord Vishnu incarnates for 2 purposes: Patitranaya Sadgunam Vinashatsa Dushkartam. That is, he comes to engage in pastimes with his devotees and to annihilate the demons. These purposes are visible in Satya, Treta, and Dvapara yugas, but in Kali Yuga, the Lord appears disguised. He does not directly kill demons and give protection to the faithful, because the Lord is not directly perceived in Kali Yuga, but is directly known in the other 3 yugas. His name is Triyuga. Text 96. Upon hearing this, Gopinathacharya became very unhappy. He said to the Bhaṭṭācārya, "You consider yourself the knower of all Vedic scriptures?" Text 97. Srimad Bhagavatam and the Mahabharata are the two most important Vedic scriptures, but you have paid no attention to their statements. Text 98. In Srimad Bhagavatam and the Mahabharata, it is stated that the Lord appears directly, but you say that in this age there is no manifestation or incarnation of Lord Vishnu. Text 99. In this age of Kali, there is no Lila avatara of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, he is known as Triyuga. That is one of his holy names. Purport. In Lila avatara is an incarnation of the Lord who performs a variety of activities without making any special endeavor. He always has one pastime after another, all full of transcendental pleasure, and these pastimes are fully controlled by the Supreme Person. The Supreme Person is totally independent of all others in these pastimes. While teaching Sanatana Goswami, CC Madhya 296-298, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu pointed out that one cannot count the number of Lila avatars. Lilavatara Krishnera Nayaya Ganana Pradhana Kariya Kahi Dik Darashana. However, the Lord told Sanatana, I shall explain the chief Lila avatars. Matsya Kurma Raghunatha Nrsimha Vamana Varahadi Lahayan Na Yaya Ganana. Thus, the Lord's incarnations were enumerated, including Matsya, the first incarnation, Kurma, the tortoise, Lord Ramachandra, Nimsadeva, Vamanadeva, and Varaha, the boar incarnation. Thus, there are innumerable Lila avatars, and all of these exhibit wonderful pastimes. Lord Varaha, the boar incarnation, lifted the entire planet Earth from the depths of the Garbhodhaka ocean. The tortoise incarnation, Lord Kurma, became a pivot for the emulsification of the whole sea, and Lord Nimsadeva appeared as half man, half lion. These are some of the wonderful and uncommon features of Lila avatars. In his book Laghu Bhavat Amrta, Srila Rupa Goswami has enumerated the following 25 Lila avatars: Chatuksana Narada Varaha Matsya Narayana, Kapila Dattatreya, Hayashirsha, Hayagriva, Hamsa, Krishnagarbha, Rishabha, Purtu, Nrsimha, Kurma, Dhanvantari, Mohini Vamana, Parashurama, Raghavendra, Vyasa, Balarama, Krishna, Buddha, and Kalki. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is not mentioned as Lila Avatara because he is an incarnation in disguise, Chana Avatara. In this age of Kali, there are no Lila Avataras, but there is an incarnation of the Lord manifested in the body of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. This has been explained in Srimad Bhagavatam, text 100. Gopinathacharya continued, there is certainly an incarnation in every age, and such an incarnation is called the Yuga Avatara. But your heart has become so hardened by logic and argument that you cannot consider all these facts. Text 101. In the past, your son has had bodies of 3 different colors according to the age. These colors were white, red, and yellow. In this age, Dvapara Yuga, he has accepted the blackish body. Purport. This verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 10:8-13 was spoken by Garga Muni when he was performing the rituals of Lord Krishna's name-giving ceremony. He states that the incarnations of the Lord in other ages have been white, red, and yellow. This yellow color refers to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, whose bodily complexion was yellowish. This confirms that in past Kali Yugas, the Lord also had incarnated in a body that was yellow in hue. It is understood that the Lord incarnates in different colors for different yugas. Satya, Treta, Para and Kali, except in the color yellow, Pita, as well as other characteristics, the Lord incarnated as Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. This is the verdict of all Vedic authorities, text 102. In the age of Kali, as well as the Dvapara Yuga, the people offer prayers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead by various mantras and observe the regulated principles of the supplementary Vedic literatures. Now please hear this from me. Purport. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 11.5.31, text 103. In this age of Kali, those who are intelligent perform the congregational chanting of Hare Krishna Mahamantra, worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead who appears in this age, always describing the glories of Krishna. That incarnation is yellowish in hue and is always associated with his plenary expansion, such as Sri Nityananda Prabhu, and personal expansions, such as Gadadhara, as well as his devotees and his associates, such as Swarupa Damodara. Purport. This verse from Srimad Bhagavatam is explained by Sri Jiva Goswami in his Karma Sandarbha, as quoted by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura in regard to the explanation of Adi Lila, 3rd chapter, verse 52. Text 104, translation. The Lord, in the incarnation of Gaura Sundara, has a golden complexion. Indeed, his entire body, which is very nicely constituted, is like molten gold. Sandalwood pulp is smeared all over his body. He will take the fourth order of spiritual life, sannyasa, and will be very much self-controlled. He will be distinguished from the Mayavadi sannyasis in that he will be fixed in devotional service and will spread the Sankirtana movement. Purport. Gopinathacharya quoted this verse from the Mahabharata's Vishnu Sahasra Nama Stotra. Text 105. Gopinathacharya then said, there is no need to quote so much evidence from the Shastras, for you are a very dry speculator. There is no need to sow seeds in barren land. Text 106. When the Lord will be pleased with you, you will also understand these conclusions and will quote from the Shastras. Text 107. Translation. The false arguments and philosophical word jugglery of your disciples are not faults of theirs. They have simply received the benediction of Mayavada philosophy. Text 108. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is full of unlimited qualities, and whose different potencies bring about agreement and disagreement between the disputants. Thus the illusory energy again and again covers the self-realization of both disputants. Purport. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 6.4.31, text 109. In almost all cases, whatever learned Brahmanas speak becomes accepted. Nothing is impossible for one who takes shelter of my illusory energy and speaks under her influence. Purport. In this verse from Srimad Bhagavatam, the Supreme Personality of Godhead explained that his illusionary energy can perform the impossible, such as the power of the illusory energy. In many cases, philosophical speculators have covered the real truth and have boldly set forth false theories. In ancient times, philosophers like Kapila, Gautama, Jaimini, Kanada, and similar Brahmanas propounded useless philosophical theories, and in modern days, so-called scientists are setting forth many false theories about the creation, backed up by seemingly logical arguments. This is all due to the influence of the Supreme Lord's illusory energy. The illusory energy, therefore, sometimes appears correct because it is emanating from the Supreme correct. To avoid the very bewildering illusory influence, one must accept the words of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as they are. Only then can one escape the influence of this illusionary energy. Text 110. After hearing this from Gopinathacharya, Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya said, first go to the place where Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is staying and invite him here with his associates. Ask him on my account. Text 111. Take Jagannatha Prasadam and first give it to Caitanya Mahaprabhu and his associates. After that, come back here and teach me well. Text 112. Gopinathacharya was the brother-in-law of Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya. Therefore, their relationship was very sweet and intimate. Under this circumstance, Gopinathacharya taught him by sometimes blaspheming him, sometimes praising him, and sometimes laughing at him. This had been going on for some time. Text 113. Srila Gopinath felt very satisfied to hear the conclusive statements of Gopinathacharya, but he became very unhappy and angry to hear the statements put forward by Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya. Text 114. According to instructions of Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya, Gopinathacharya went to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and invited him on the Bhaṭṭācārya's behalf. Text 115. The Bhaṭṭācārya statements were discussed before Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Gopinathacharya and Mukunda Datta disapproved of Bhaṭṭācārya's statements because they caused mental pain. Text 116. Hearing this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, "Do not speak like that. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya has shown great affection and mercy towards me." Text 117. Out of the paternal affection for me, he wants to protect me and see that I follow the regulative principles of a sannyasi. What fault is there in this? Text 118. In the next morning, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya together visited the temple of Lord Jagannatha. Both of them were in a very pleasant mood. Text 119. When they entered the temple, Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya offered Caitanya Mahaprabhu a seat, but he himself sat down on the floor out of the due respect for the sannyasi. Text 120. He then began to instruct Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu on Vedanta philosophy, and out of affection and devotion, he spoke to the Lord as follows. Purport. The Vedanta, or Brahma Sutra, written by Srila Vyasadeva, is a book studied by all advanced spiritual students, especially by the sannyasis of all religious communities, sampradayas. The sannyasis must read Vedanta Sutra to establish their final conclusions concerning Vedic knowledge. Here, of course, the Vedanta mentioned is the commentary of Shankaracharya, known as Sāriraka Bhāsya. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya intended to convert Caitanya Mahaprabhu, who was a Vaishnava sannyasi, into Mayavadi sannyasi. He therefore made this arrangement to instruct him in the Vedanta Sutra according to Sāriraka commentary of Shankaracharya. All the sannyasis of the Sampradaya enjoyed seriously studying in the Vedanta Sutra with the Sāriraka Bhāsya commentary. It is said Vedanta Vakyasusada Aramanta. One should always enjoy the studies of the Vedanta Sutra. Said, hearing Vedanta philosophy is a sannyasi's main business. Therefore, without hesitation, you should study Vedanta philosophy, hearing it without cessation from a superior person. Text 122. Lord Caitanya replied, "You are very merciful to me, and therefore think it is my duty to obey your order." Text 123. Thus, for 7 days continually, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu listened to the Vedanta philosophy expounded by the Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya. However, Caitanya Mahaprabhu did not say anything and did not indicate whether it was right or wrong. He simply sat there and listened to the Bhaṭṭācārya. Text 124. On the 8th day, Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya said to Caitanya Mahaprabhu, "You have been listening to Vedanta philosophy from me continued for 7 days. Text 125. You have simply been listening, fixed in your silence. Since you do not say whether you think it is right or wrong, I cannot know whether you are actually understanding Vedanta philosophy or not." Text 126. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu replied, "I am a fool, and consequently I do not study the Vedanta Sutra. I'm just trying to hear it from you because you have ordered me." Text 127, translation. Only for the sake of executing the duties of the renounced order of sannyasa, I do listen. Unfortunately, I cannot in least understand the meaning you are presenting. Purport. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu presented himself as if he were a sannyasi in the name only, or in other words, a number one fool. Mayavadi sannyasis in India are very much accustomed to declaring themselves Jagat Gurus, teachers of the world, although they have no information of the outside world and are limited in their experience to a small town or village, or perhaps to the country of India, nor do such sannyasis have sufficient education. Unfortunately, at the present moment, there are many foolish sannyasis, both in India and elsewhere, who simply read and study Vedic literature without understanding the purport. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was having his discussion with the Chand Kazi, the Muslim magistrate of Navadvipa, he recited a verse from the Vedic literature to the effect that the order of sannyasa is prohibited in the age of Kali. Only those who are very serious and who follow the regulative principles and study Vedic literature should accept sannyasa. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu approved of a sannyas reading the Vedanta Sutra or Brahma Sutra, but he did not approve the Sārvabhauma commentary on Shankaracharya. Indeed, he said, everywhere, Mayavadi bhasas shunila haya sarvanasha. If one bears the Shariraka bhasya of Shankaracharya, he is doomed. Thus, sannyasi, a transcendentalist, must read the Vedanta Sutra regularly, but he should not read the Shariraka bhasya. This is the conclusion of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The real commentary on the Vedanta Sutra is the Srimad Bhagavatam. Artoyam Brahma Sutranam Srimad Bhagavatam is Srimad Bhagavatam is the original commentary on the Vedanta Sutra written by the author himself, Srila Vyasadeva, text 128. Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya replied, I accept that you do not understand, yet even one who does not understand inquires about the subject matter. Text 129, you are hearing again and again, yet you keep silent. I cannot understand what is actually within your mind. Text 130, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then revealed his mind, saying, I can understand the meaning of each sutra very clearly, but your explanations have simply agitated my mind. Purport. The factual meaning of the aphorism of the Vedanta Sutra is as clear as sunshine. The Mayavadi philosophers simply try to cover the sunshine with the clouds of interpretation imagined by Shankaracharya and his followers. Text 131. Translation. The meaning of the aphorisms of the Vedanta Sutra contain clear purpose in themselves, but other purpose you presented simply covered by meaning of the sutras like a cloud. Purport. Please refer to Adi Lila, 7th chapter, verses 106 to 146 for an explanation of this verse. Text 132. If you do not explain the direct meaning of the Brahma Sutras, indeed it appears that your business is to cover the real meaning.
About 10-2.
Purport. This is a typical of all Mayavadis or atheists who interpret the meaning of Vedic literature in their own imaginative way. The real purpose of such foolish people is to impose the impersonalist conclusion of all Vedic literature. The Mayavadi atheists also interpret the Bhagavad Gita as very in every verse of Srimad Bhagavatam. In every verse of Srimad Bhagavad Gita, it is clearly stated that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In every verse, Vyasadeva says, Sri Bhagavan Vacha, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, or the Blessed Lord said. It is clearly stated that the Blessed Lord is the Supreme Person. But Mayavadi atheists still try to prove that the Absolute Truth is impersonal. In order to present their false imaginary meanings, they must adopt so much word jugglery and grammatical interpretation that they finally become ludicrous. Therefore, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu remarked that no one should hear the Mayavadi commentaries on purpose to any Vedic literature. Text 133. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, the Vedanta Sutra is a summary of all the Upanishads. Therefore, whatever direct meaning is there in the Upanishads is also recorded in the Vedanta Sutra or Vyasa Sutra. Purport: Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati has explained the word Upanishad in his Anubhashya. Please refer to Adi Lila 2nd chapter, 5th verse, and Adi Lila 7th chapter, verses 106 and 108 for his explanation. Text 134. For each sutra, the direct meaning must be accepted without interpretation. However, you simply abandon the direct meaning and proceed with your imaginative interpretation. Text 135. Although there is other evidence, the evidence given in the Vedic version must be taken as foremost. Vedic versions understood directly are first-class evidence. Purport: works that should be consulted are Srila Jiva Goswami's Tattva Sandarbha, Srila Baladeva Vyasa Goswami's commentary on that, and the following verses of the Brahma Sutra, Shastra Jonitvat, verse 1.1.3, Tarka Pratishikanad, verses 2.1.11, and Shrutestu Shabdha Mula Tvat, verses 2.1.27, as commented upon the Sri Ramanuyacharya, Sri Madhavacharya, Sri Nimbarakacharya, and Srila Baladeva Bhushana. In his book, Sarva Samadhini, Srila Jiva Goswami has noted that although there are 10 kinds of evidence, direct perception, the Vedic version, historical reference, hypothesis, and so on, and also although they all are generally accepted as evidence, the person presenting the hypothesis, reading the Vedic version, perceiving or interpreting by his experiences, is certain to be imperfect in 4 ways. That is, he's subject to committing mistakes, to becoming illusioned, to cheating, and to having imperfect senses. Although the evidence may be correct, the person himself is in danger of being misled due to material defects. Apart from the direct presentation, there is a chance that an interpretation may not be perfect. Therefore, the conclusion is that only a direct presentation can be considered evidence. An interpretation cannot be accepted as evidence, but may be considered proof of evidence. In the Bhagavad Gita, at the very beginning, it is stated, Dhritarashtra Vacha, Dharmakshetre Kurukshetre, Samaveta Yuyutsava, Mamaka Pandavaschaiva, Kim Akurvata Sanyaya. The statements of Bhagavad Gita are themselves proof that there is a place of a religious pilgrimage named Kurukshetra where the Pandavas and Kurus met to fight. After meeting there, what did they do? This was Dhritarashtra's inquiry to Sanyaya. Although these statements are very clear, artists try to interpret different meanings of the words Dharma, Kshetra, and Kurukshetra, and therefore Srila Goswami has warned us not to depend on any kind of interpretation. It is better to take the verses as they are without interpretation. Text 136. Caitanya Mahaprabhu continues, conch shells and cow dung are nothing but the bones and the stool of some living entities, but according to the Vedic version, they are both considered very pure. Purport. According to Vedic principles, bones and dung are generally considered very impure. If one touches a bone or stool, he must take a bath immediately. That is the Vedic injunction. Yet the Vedas also enjoin that the conch shell bone of an animal and cow dung, although the stool of an animal, are very much sanctified. Even though such statements appear contradictory, on the basis of the Vedic version, we still accept the fact that conch shells and cow dung are pure and sanctified. Text 137. The Vedic statements are self-evident. Whatever is stated there must be accepted. If we interpret according to our own imagination, the authority of the Vedas is immediately lost. Purport. Out of four main types of evidence, direct perception, hypothesis, historical reference, and the Vedic evidence is accepted as the foremost. If we want to interpret the Vedic version, we must imagine an interpretation according to what we want to do. First of all, we set forth such an interpretation as a suggestion and hypothesis. As such, it is not actually true, and the self-evident proof is lost. Srila Madhvacharya's commenting on the aphorism, Drishyate to Vedanta Sutra 2.1.6, quotes the Bhavishya Purana as follows. Ragiya Yog Samahartvash Sa Bharatam Panchartra Kam Mula Ramagyami Chaiva Vedaiti Eva Shabdita Pura Nanitsa Yaniha Vaishnavani Vidu Svata Pramanyam Estesham Natra Kinset Vicharyante. They are Jiveda, Yaurveda, Samaveda, Atharvaveda, Mahabharata, Pancharatra, and original Ramayana are all considered Vedic literature. The Puranas are especially meant to Vaishnavas, such as the Brahma Vaishvarta Purana, Naradiya Purana, Vishnu Purana, and Bhagavata Purana are also Vedic literatures. Therefore, whatever is stated in such Puranas or the Mahabharata and Ramayana is self-evident. There is no need for interpretation. The Bhagavad Gita is also within the Mahabharata. Therefore, all the statements of the Bhagavad Gita are self-evident. There is no need for interpretation. And if we do interpret, the entire authority of the Vedic literature is lost. Text 138, translation. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, the Brahma Sutra compiled by Sri Vyasadeva is as radiant as the sun. One who tries to interpret its meaning simply covers that sunshine with a cloud. Text 139. All the Vedas and literature that strictly follows the Vedic principles explain that the Supreme Brahman is the absolute truth, the greatness of all, and the feature of Supreme Lord. Purport. The greatest of everything is Sri Krishna. Lord Krishna states in Bhagavad Gita, Vedashta Sarvayaham Eva Vedya, by all the Vedas I am to be known. In Srimad Bhagavatam, it is said that the absolute truth is understood in the three phases, namely Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Brahmeti Parameti Bhagavan iti Shabhyate. Thus, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the last word in understanding the absolute truth, Brahman. Text 140. Actually, the Supreme Absolute Truth is a person, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, full with all opulences. You're trying to explain him as impersonal and formless. Purport. Brahman means Bhaṭṭācārya, the greatest of all. The greatest of all is Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He possesses all potencies and opulence in full. Therefore, the absolute truth, the greatest of all, is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Whether one says Brahman or the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the fact is the same, for they are identical. In Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna accepted Krishna as Param Brahma, Param Dhamma. Although the living entities or material nature are sometimes described as Brahman, Parabrahman, the Supreme, the greatest of all Brahmans is still Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is full with all opulences, and as such he possesses all riches. all strength, all reputation, all knowledge, all beauty, and all renunciation. He is eternally a person and eternally supreme. If one tries to explain the Supreme impersonally, one distorts the real meaning of Brahman. Text 141 translation. Wherever there is an impersonal description in the Vedas mean to establish that everything belonging to the Supreme Personality of Godhead is transcendental and free of mundane characteristics. Purport. There are many impersonal statements about the Supreme Personality of Godhead as stated in the Shvetashvaratara Upanishad 3.19. Aphanipado Javano Grahita Pashyati Atsakshush Sa Shnoti Akarna Savati Vedyamna Sa Tasyasti Vata Tamahur Agriyam Purusham Mahantam. Although the Supreme Lord is described as having no hands and legs, he nonetheless accepts all the sacrificial offerings. He has no eyes, yet he sees everything. He has no ears, yet he hears everything. When it is stated that the Supreme Personality, Supreme Lord, has no hands and legs, one should not think that he is impersonal. Rather, he has no mundane hands or legs like ours. He has no eyes, yet he sees. This means that he does not have mundane, limited eyes like ours. Rather, he has such eyes that he can see past, present, and future everywhere, in every corner of the universe, and in every corner of the heart of every living entity. Thus, the impersonal description in the Vedas intend to deny mundane characteristics in the Supreme Lord. They do not intend to establish the Supreme Lord as impersonal. Text 142. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, whatever Vedic mantras describe the absolute truth impersonally only prove that in the end that the absolute truth is a person. The Supreme Lord is understood in two features, impersonal and personal. If one considers the Supreme Personality of Godhead in those features, he can actually understand the absolute truth. If one knows that the personal understanding is stronger because you see that everything is full of variety. No one can see anything that is not full of variety. Purport. This is a quotation from Sri Caitanya Chandrodaya Nataka 6.67 by Kavi Karnapura. Text 143. Everything in the cosmic manifestation emanates from the absolute truth. Remains of the absolute in the absolute truth, and after annihilation, again enters the absolute truth. Purport. In the Taittiriya Upanishad, it is said, Yatova imani bhutani jagante. The entire material cosmic manifestation is born of the Supreme Brahman. Also, the Brahma Sutra begins with the verse, Janmadi Sasyayata. The absolute truth is that from whom everything emanates. That absolute truth is Krishna. In the Bhagavad Gita 10.8, Krishna says, Aham sarvasya prabhavon vata sarvam pravartati. I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. Therefore, Krishna is the original absolute truth, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Again, Krishna says that in Bhagavad Gita, Maya tatam idam sarvam jagata avakta murtina. By me, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. And as confirmed in the Brahma Samhita, Goloka eva nivasti akhilatma buddha. Although the Lord always stays in his abode, Goloka Vrindavana, he is still all-pervading. His all-pervasive feature is understood to be impersonal because one does not find the form of the Lord in that all-pervasiveness. Actually, everything is resting on the rays of his body effulgence. The Brahma Samhita also 5.40 also states, Yasya Prabhavato Jagat Andakoti Kotis Shesha Vasudhati Vibhuti Bhinnanam. Due to the rays of the Lord's bodily effulgence, millions of universes are created, just as planets are created from the sun. Text 144. The personal features of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are categorized in three cases, namely ablative, instrumental, and locative. Purport. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur states in his Amrita Pravaha that according to the injunction of the Upanishads, the Supreme Absolute Truth is He from whom everything emanates. It is understood that the whole cosmic manifestation emanated from Brahman, the Supreme Absolute Truth. The creation subsists by the energy of the Supreme Brahman, and after annihilation merges into the Supreme Brahman. From this, we can understand that the Absolute Truth can be categorized in three cases: ablative, instrumental, and locative. According to these three cases, the Absolute Truth is possibly personified in this personified. In this connection, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati quotes the Aitareya Upanishad 1.1.1. Atmava idam eka evagra asin nanyat kinsanan vishad saikshata lokam nu shriya iti. Similarly, in the Svetashvara Tara Upanishad, it is stated, Chandamsi Yajna Kratavo Ratani Utam Bhavayam Yatsa Veda Vadanti Yasman Mai Sreti Vishwam Etat Tasmimshe Tsanyo Vayaya Sanirudach. And the teacher Upanishad Yatova Imani Bhutani Yatante Yana Yatani Jivanti Yat Prayanti Abhi Samvisham Ashanti Tad Viniyasava Tad Brahma. This was the answer given by Father Varuna when questioned by his son Varuni Bhurgo about the absolute truth. In this mantra, the word Yata, the absolute truth from which the cosmic manifestation has emanated, it is the ablative case. That Brahman by which this universal creation is manifested is in the instrumental case, Yana, and that Brahman into which the whole cosmic manifestation merges is in the locative case, Yat or Yasmin. It is stated in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.5.20. Idam hi Vishwam Bhagavan Ivataro Yatoya Jagad Sthana Nirodha Samgava. The entire universal creation is contained in the gigantic form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Everything emanates from Him, everything rests in His energy, and after annihilation, everything merges into His person. Text 145 and 146. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, when the Supreme Personality of Godhead wished to become many, he glanced over the material energy. Before the creation, there were no mundane eyes or mind. Therefore, the transcendental nature of the Absolute Truth mind and eyes is confirmed. Purport. In Chandogya Upanishad 6.2.3, it is said, Tat Akshata Bahu Siyam Paraya Yaya. This statement confirms the fact that when the Supreme Personality of Godhead wishes to become many, the cosmic manifestation arises simply by his glancing over material energy. It may be noted that the Supreme Lord glanced over the material nature before the creation of this cosmic manifestation. Before the creation, there were no material minds or material eyes. Therefore, the mind by which the Supreme Personality of Godhead desired to create is transcendental. And the eyes with which he glanced over material nature are also transcendental. Thus the Lord's mind, eyes, and other senses are all transcendental. Text 147. The word Brahman indicates the complete Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is Sri Krishna. That is the verdict of all Vedic literature. This is also confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita 15.15, where the Lord says, Vadaishtsa sarvai abham eva vidya. The ultimate object in all Vedic literature is Krishna. Everyone is searching for him. This is also confirmed elsewhere in the Bhagavad Gita 7.19. Bahunam janmanam ante china bah mam prapadyate vasudeva sarvamiti sa mahatma sudurlabha. After many births and deaths, he who is actually in knowledge surrenders unto me, knowing me to be the cause of all causes and all that is such a great soul is very rare. When one has actually become wise through the study of Vedic literature, he surrenders unto Vasudeva, Bhagavan Shri Krishna. This is also confirmed in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.7-8. Vasudevi Bhagavati Bhakti Yoga Prayojita Jana Yati Yashu Vairagyam Jnam Sa Yad Tukam Dharma Svi Anushtita Pumsam Vishvaksena Kathasuya Not Padaya Yadiratim Shramayava Hi Kevalam. Understanding Vasudeva is real knowledge. By engaging in the devotional service of Vasudeva, Krishna, one acquires perfect knowledge and Vedic understanding. Thus one becomes detached from the material world. This is the perfection of human life. Although one may perfectly know religious rituals and ceremonies, he is simply wasting his time, shramayava hi kevalam, if he does not attain this perfection. Before the creation of the cosmic manifestation, the Supreme Personality of Godhead possessed his totally and transcendental mind and eyes. That Supreme Personality of Godhead is Krishna. A person may think that there is no direct statement about Krishna in the Upanishads, but the fact is that the Vedic mantras cannot be understood by people with mundane senses. As stated in the Padma Purana, Atar Shri Krishna Namadi Nabhaved Grahyam Indriyahai. A person with mundane senses cannot fully understand the name, qualities, form, and pastimes of Shri Krishna. The Puranas are therefore meant to explain and supplement Vedic knowledge. The great sages present the Puranas in order to make the Vedic mantras understandable for common men. Stri Shudra Dviya Bandhunam. Considering that women, Shudras, and Dviya Bandhus, unworthy sons of the twice born, cannot understand the Vedic hymns directly, Srila Vyasadeva compiled the Mahabharata. Actually, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is Vedeshu Dulabham and untraceable in the Vedas. But when the Vedas are properly understood, or when Vedic knowledge is received from devotees, one can understand that all Vedic knowledge leads to Shri Krishna. The Brahma Sutra 1.1.3 confirms this fact also, Shastra Yonitvat. Commenting upon this Brahma Sutra aphorism, Sri Madhvacharya says, the Arji Veda, Yayur Veda, Samaveda, Atharva Veda, Mahabharata, Pancharata, and the original Valmiki Ramayana are all Vedic literatures. Any literature following the conclusive statements of these Vedic literatures is also to be considered Vedic literature. That literature which does not conform to Vedic literature is simply misleading. Therefore, when reading Vedic literature, we must take the path traversed by great acharyas, Mahayanoyana Gata Sa Panta. Unless one follows the path traversed by great acharyas, he cannot understand the real purpose of the Vedas. Text 148. The confidential meaning of the Vedas is not easily understood by common men. Therefore, that meaning is supplemented by the words of the Puranas. Text 149. How greatly fortunate are Nanda Maharaja, the cowherd man, and all the inhabitants of Bhumi. There is no limit to their fortune because the absolute truth, the source of transcendental bliss, the eternal supreme Brahman, has become their friend. Purport. This quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam is spoken by Lord Brahma. Text 150. The Vedic Apanipada mantra rejects material hands and legs, yet it states that the Lord goes very fast and accepts everything offered to him. Text 151. All these mantras confirm that the absolute truth is personal, but the Mayavadi is throwing away the direct meaning, interprets the absolute truth as impersonal. Purport. As mentioned above, Shvetashvatara Upanishad states, Apanipado Javano Grahita Pashyati Atsakshu Tsa Shmati Akarna Saveti Vedya Natsa Tasyasti Vata Tam Adur Agriyam Purusham Mahantam. This Vedic mantra clearly states Purusha Mahantam. The word Purusha means person. In the Bhagavad Gita 10.12, Arjuna confirms that this person is Krishna when he addresses Krishna as Purusham Shvatam. You are the original person. Thus, the Purusha Mahantam mentioned in the verse from Shvetashvara Upanishad is Sri Krishna. His hands and legs are not mundane but are completely transcendental. However, when he comes full, take him to be an ordinary person. Avyajananti mam mudha manushim tanum ashritam. One who has no Vedic knowledge, who has not studied the Vedas from the bona fide spiritual master, does not know Krishna. Therefore, he is a Buddha. Such fools like Krishna to be ordinary person, Param Bhavan Ajanata. They do not actually know that Krishna is what Krishna is. Manushyanam Sahasreshu Kashchit Yatati Siddhaye. It is not possible to understand Krishna simply by studying the Vedas perfectly. One must have the mercy of a devotee. Yat Padam. Unless one is favored by a devotee, he cannot understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Arjuna also confirms this in the Bhagavad Gita. My Lord, it is very difficult to understand your personality. The less intelligent class of men cannot understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead without being favored by his devotee. Therefore, the Bhagavad Gita contains another injunction. Tadvidhi pranipatena Pariprashnena sevaya upadakshyanti te jnaninas tattva darshana. One has to approach a bona fide spiritual master and surrender to him. Only then can one understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead as a person. Text 152. Are you describing as formless that Supreme Personality of Godhead whose transcendental form is complete with 6 transcendental opulences? Purport. If Supreme Personality of Godhead is formless, how can he be said to walk very fast and accept everything offered to him? Rejecting the direct meaning of the Vedic mantras, the Mayavadi philosophers interpret them and try to establish the absolute truth as formless. Actually, the Supreme Lord has an internal personal form, full of all opulence. The Mayavadi philosophers try to interpret the absolute truth as being without potency. However, in the Shvetashvatara Upanishad, it is clearly said, Parasya Shakir, the absolute truth has multi-potencies. Text 153. The Supreme Personality of God has 3 primary potencies. Are you trying to prove that he has no potencies? Purport. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu now quotes 4 verses from Vishnu Purana, 6.761-63 and 1.12.69 to explain the different potencies of the world. Text 154. The internal potency of the Supreme Lord, Vishnu, is spiritual, as verified by the Shastras. There is another spiritual potency known as Kshetrajna, or the living entity. The third potency, which is known as nescience, makes the living entity godless and fills him with fruitive activity. Purport. In the Bhagavad Gita, in Sri Krishna's discourse on the Kshetra and the Kshetrajna, it is clearly stated that the Kshetrajna is the living entity who knows his field of activities. The living entities in the material world are forgetful of the eternal relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This forgetfulness is called avidya, or nescience. The avidya shakti, the avidya potency of the material world provokes fruitive activity. Although this avidya shakti, material energy, or nescience, is also an energy of Supreme Personality of Godhead. It is especially intended to feed the living entities in the state of forgetfulness. This is due to their rebellious attitude toward the Lord. Thus, although the living entities are constitutionally spiritual, they come under the influence of the potency of nescience. How this happens is described in the following verse, text 155. O King, the Kshatrajna Shakti is the living entity. Although he has the facility to live in either the material or spiritual world, he suffers the threefold miseries of material existence because he is influenced by the avidya, nescience potency, which covers his constitutional position. Text 156, translation. This living entity, covered by the influence of nescience, exists in different forms in the material condition. O King, he is thus proportionally freed from the influence of material energy to a greater or lesser degree. Purport. The material energy acts on the living entity in different degrees, according to how he acquires the association of the three modes of material nature. Therefore, there are 8,400,000 species of life, some inferior, some superior, and some mediocre. The gradations of the bodies are calculated according to the covering of material body. In the lower categories, including aquatics, trees, plants, insects, birds, and so forth, spiritual consciousness is almost non-existent. In the mediocre category, human form of life, spiritual consciousness is completely awakened. In the superior life form, spiritual consciousness is fully awakened. When the living entity understands his real position and tries to escape the influence of material energy by developing Krishna consciousness. Text 157. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is Satchitananda Vigraha. This means that he originally has three potencies, the pleasure potency, the potency of eternality, and the potency of knowledge. Together, these are called the Chit potency, and they are present in full in the Supreme Lord. For the living entities who are part and parcel of the Lord, the pleasure potency in the material world is sometimes displeasing and sometimes mixed. This is not the case with the Supreme Personality of Godhead because he is not under the influence of the material energy or its modes. Text 158. The Supreme Personality of Godhead in his original form is full of eternity, knowledge, and bliss. The spiritual potency in these three portions, Sat, Chit, and Ananda, assumes the three different forms. Purport. According to the verdict of all Vedic literature, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the living entity, and the illusory energy, this material world constitute the subject matter of knowledge. Everyone should try to understand the relationship between them. First of all, one should try to understand the nature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. From the Shastras, we understand that the nature of Supreme Personality of Godhead is the sum total of eternity, bliss, and knowledge. As stated in the verse 154, Vishnu Shakti Para Prakta, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the reservoir of all potencies, and his potencies are all spiritual. Text 159. The three portions of the spiritual potency are called Hladini, the bliss portion, Sandhini, the eternity portion, and Samvid, the knowledge person. We accept the knowledge of these as full knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purport: to acquire knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one must take shelter of the ascended potency of the Supreme Lord. Text 160. The spiritual potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead also appears in three phases: internal, marginal, and external. These are all engaged in his devotional service and love. Purport: the spiritual potency of the Lord is manifested in three phases: the internal or spiritual potency, the marginal potency, which consists of the living entities, and the external potency known as Maya Shakti. We must understand that in each of these three phases, the original spiritual potencies of pleasure, eternity, and knowledge remain intact. When the potencies of spiritual pleasure and knowledge are both bestowed upon the conditioned souls can escape the clutches of the external potency Maya, which acts as a cover obscuring one's spiritual identity. When free, the living entity awakens to Krishna consciousness and engages in devotional service with love and affection. Text 161. In his spiritual potency, the Supreme Lord enjoys 6 kinds of opulences. You do not accept the spiritual potency, and this is due to your great impudence. Purport: the Supreme Personality of Godhead is full with 6 potencies. All of these potencies are on the transcendental platform. To understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead and is impersonal and devoid of potency is to go completely against Vedic information. Text 162. The Lord is the master of the potencies, and the living entity is the servant of them. That is the difference between the Lord and the living entity. However, you declare that the Lord and the living entities are one and the same. Purport: the Supreme Personality of Godhead by nature is the master of all potencies. By nature, the living entities, being infinitesimal, are always under the influence of the Lord's potencies. According to Mundaka Upanishad 3.1.1-2, Dvasu Suparna Sayuja Sakhaya Samanam Vriksham Parishasvayate Tayor Anya Pipalam Svada Ati Anashnam Anyo Vicha Kashti Samaneva Ksha Purushon Nimagno Nishaya Sati Muhyamanach Justam Yada Pashyati Anyam Isham Asya Mahimanam Eti Vita Shoka. The Mundaka Upanishad completely distinguishes the Lord from the living entities. The living entity is subjected to the reactions of intuitive activity, whereas the Lord simply witnesses such activity and bestows the results. According to the living entity's desires, he is wandering from one body to another and from one planet to another under the direction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Paramatma. However, when the living entity comes to his senses, by the mercy of the Lord, he is aboard devotional service. Thus he is saved from the clutches of Maya. At such a time, he can see his eternal friend, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and become free from all lamentation and hankering. This is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita, where the Lord says, Brahmabhuta Parasanatma na shotsati na kankshati. One who is thus transcendentally situated at once realizes the Supreme Brahman and becomes fully joyful. He never laments or desires to get anything. Thus, it is definitely proof that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the master of all potencies and that all living entities are always subjected to these potencies. That is the difference between Madhya Hisha and Maya Vasha. Text 163. In the Bhagavad Gita, the living entity is established as the marginal potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Yet you say that the living entity is completely different from the Lord. Purport. The Brahma Sutra states that according to the principle of Shaktimatra Abheda, the living entity is simultaneously one with a different form and different from Supreme Personality of Godhead. Qualitatively, the living entity and the Supreme Lord are one, but in quantity they are different. According to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's philosophy of Achintya Bheda Tattva, the living entity and the Supreme Lord are accepted as one and different at the same time. Text 164. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligent and false ego are my eightfold separated energies. Text 165. Besides these inferior energies, which are material, there is another energy, a spiritual energy, and in this is the living being, Almighty Armed One. The entire material world is sustained by the living entities. Purport. Verses 164 and 165 are quotations from the Bhagavad Gita. Text 166 translation. The transcendental form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is completed in eternity, of cognizance and bliss. However, you describe this transcendental form as a product of material goodness. Text 167. One who does not accept the transcendental form of the Lord is certainly an agnostic. Such a person should be neither seen nor touched. Indeed, he is subject to be punished by Yamaraja. Purport. According to the Vedic instructions, the Supreme Personality of Godhead has his internal transcendental form, which is always blissful and full of knowledge. Impersonalists think that material refers to the forms with our experience, and that spiritual refers to an absence of form. However, one should know that beyond this material nature is another nature, which is spiritual. Just as there are material forms in this material world, there are spiritual forms in the spiritual world. This is confirmed by all Vedic literature. The spiritual forms in the transcendental world have nothing to do with a negative conception of formlessness. The conclusion is that the person is an agnostic when he does not agree to worship the transcendental form of the Lord. Actually, at the present moment, all systems of religion deny the worship of the form of the Lord due to ignorance of his transcendental form. The first class materialists, the Mayavadis, imagine the five specific forms of the Lord, but when they try to equate the worship of such imaginary forms with bhakti, they are immediately condemned. Lord Sri Krishna confirms this in the Bhagavad Gita 7.15, where he says, Namaham Duskritino Muda Prapadyante Naradama. Bereft of real knowledge due to agnosticism, the Mayavadi philosophers should not even be seen by the devotees of the Lord, nor touched, because those philosophers are liable to be punished by Yama Raja, the superintendent demigod who judges the activities of simple men. The Mayavadi agnostics wonder with this universe in different species of life due to their non-devotional activities. Such living entities are subjected to punishment of Yamaraja. Only devotees who are always engaged in the service of the Lord are exempt from the jurisdiction of Yamaraja. Text 168. The Buddhists do not recognize the authority of the Vedas, therefore they are considered agnostics. However, those who have taken shelter of the Vedic scriptures yet preach agnosticism in accordance with the Mayavada philosophy are certainly more dangerous than the Buddhists. Purport. Although the Buddhists are directly opposed to Vaishnava philosophy, it can easily be understood that the Shankaritas are more dangerous because they accept the authority of Vedas yet act contrary to Vedic instruction. Vedashraya Nastika Vada means agnosticism under the shelter of Vedic literature. and refers to monistic philosophy of the Mayavadis. Lord Buddha abandoned the authority of the Vedic literature and therefore rejected the ritualistic ceremonies and sacrifice recommended in the Vedas. This Nirvana philosophy means stopping all material activities. Lord Buddha did not recognize the presence of transcendental forms and spiritual activities beyond the material world. He simply described voidness beyond this material existence. The Mayavadi philosophers offered lip service to Vedic authority but tried to skip the Vedic ritualistic ceremonies. They concoct some idea of transcendental position and call themselves Narayana or God. However, God's position is completely different from their concoction. Such Mayavadi philosophers consider themselves above the influence of karma kanda, fruitive activities and their reactions. For them, the spiritual world is equated with Buddhist voidism. There is very little difference between impersonalism and voidism. Voidism can be directly understood, but impersonalism enunciated by Mayavadi philosophers is not very easily understandable. Of course, Mayavadi philosophers accept spiritual existence, but they do not know about the spiritual world and spiritual beings. According to Srimad Bhagavatam 10.2.32, Yanya Ramidaksha Vimukta Maninas Tvayi Asta Bhagavad Abhishuddha Buddhyanaya Aruhya Khrana Param Padam Tata Patanti Adho Nirta Yusmad Ang Haraya. The intelligence of the Mayavadis is not purified. Therefore, even though they practice austerities for self-realization, they cannot remain within the impersonal Brahma-yoti. Consequently, they fall down again into this material world. The Mayavadis' conception of spiritual existence is almost identical to the negation of material existence. The Mayavadis believe that there is nothing positive in spiritual life. As a result, they cannot understand devotional service or the worship of the Supreme Person, Satchitananda Vigraha. The Mayavadi philosophers consider deity worship and devotional service to be Pratimhavada, or the worship of a form that is the reflection of a false material form. Thus, the Lord's transcendental form, which is internally blissful and full of knowledge, is unknown to Mayavadi philosophers. Although the term Bhagavan is explicitly described in Srimad Bhagavatam, they cannot understand it. Brahmeti Parameti Bhagavan iti Sabhayate. The absolute truth is called Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. Bhag 1.2.11. The Mayavadis try to understand Brahman only, or the most Paramatma. However, they are unable to understand Bhagavan. Therefore, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, says, Mayapartha Jinnana. Because of the temperament of the Mayavadi philosophers, real knowledge is taken from them. Because they cannot receive the mercy of the Lord, they will always be bewildered by his transcendental form. Impersonal philosophy destroys the three phases of knowledge, Jnana, Jnaya, and Jnava. As soon as one speaks of knowledge, there must be a person who is the knower, the knowledge itself, and the object of knowledge. Mayavada philosophy combines these three categories. Therefore, the Mayavadis cannot understand how the spiritual components of the Supreme Personality of Godhead act. Because of their poor fund of knowledge, they cannot understand the distinction in the spiritual world between knowledge, the knower, and the object of knowledge. Because of this, Caitanya Mahaprabhu considers the Mayavadi philosophers more dangerous than the Buddhists. Text 169. Srila Vyasadeva presented the Vedanta philosophy for the deliverance of conditioned souls. But if one hears the commentary by Sārvabhauma, everything is spoiled. Purport. Factually, the devotional service of the Lord is described in Vedanta Sutra, where the Mayavadi philosophers, the Shankaritas, prepared a commentary known as Caritamrta Bhaṭṭācārya, in which the transcendental form of Lord is denied. The Mayavadi philosophers think that the living entity is identical with the Supreme Lord, Supreme Soul, Brahman. Their commentaries on the Vedanta Sutra are completely opposed to the principle of devotional service. Caitanya Mahaprabhu therefore warns us to avoid these commentaries. If one indulges in hearing Shankarita Sartaraka Bhasya, he will certainly be bereft of all real knowledge. The ambitious Mayavadi philosophers desire to merge into the existence of the Lord, and this may be accepted as Sayuya Mukti. However, this form of Mukti means denying one's individual existence. In other words, it is a kind of spiritual suicide. This is absolutely opposed to the philosophy of Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti Yoga offers immortality to the individual conditioned soul. If one follows the Mayavadi philosophy, he misses his opportunity to become immortal after giving up the material body. The immortality of the individual person is the highest perfection of stage a living entity can attain. Text 170 translation. The Vedanta Sutra aims at establishing that the cosmic manifestation has come into being by the transformation of the inconceivable potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purport. For a further explanation of Parinamavada, refer to Adi Lila, 7th chapter, verses 121 to 123. Text 171. The touchstone, after touching iron, produces forms of gold without being changed. Similarly, the Supreme Personality of Godhead manifests himself as the cosmic manifestation by his inconceivable potency. Yet he remains unchanged in his eternal transcendental form. Purport. According to the commentary of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakura, the purpose of the Janmani Asya verse in the Vedanta Sutra is to establish that the cosmic manifestation is the result of transformation of the potencies of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Supreme Lord is the master of innumerable eternal energies, which are unlimited. Sometimes these energies are manifested, and sometimes they are not. In any case, all energies are under his control. Therefore, he is original energetic, the abode of all energies. A common brain in the conditioned state cannot conceive how these inconceivable energies abide in the Supreme Personality of Godhead, how he exists in his innumerable forms as a master of both spiritual and material energies, how he is a master of both manifest and potential powers, and how contradictory potencies can abide in him. As long as the living entity is within this material world, in the condition of illusion, he cannot understand the activities of the inconceivable energies of the Lord. Thus, the Lord's energies, though factual, are simply beyond the power of the common brain to understand. When the atheistic philosophers or the Mayavadis, being unable to understand the inconceivable energies of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, imagine an impersonal void, their imagination is only the counterpart of materialistic thinking. Within the material world, there is nothing inconceivable. High-thinking philosophers and scientists can tackle material energy, but not being able to understand the spiritual energy, they can simply imagine an inactive state, such as impersonal Brahman. This is simply the negative side of material life. By such imperfect knowledge, the Mayavadi philosophers conclude that the cosmic manifestation is a transformation of the Supreme. Thus, they must necessarily also accept the theory of the illusion of the Supreme, Vivartavada. However, if we accept the inconceivable potencies of the Lord, we can understand how the Supreme Personality of Godhead can appear within this material world without being touched or contaminated by the three modes of nature. From the Shastras, we learn that there is a stone or jewel called the touchstone that can transform iron into gold. Although the touchstone turns iron into gold many times, it remains in its original condition. If such a material stone can maintain its unconcealable energy after producing volumes of gold, certainly the Supreme Personality of Godhead can remain in his original Satchitananda form after creating the cosmic world. As confirmed in Bhagavad Gita 10.10, he acts only through his different energies. Maya Dakshana Prakriti, Krishna directs the material energy and that potency works in this material world. This is also confirmed in Brahma Samhita 5.44. Srishti Shtihi Ti Paralaya Sadhana Shakiraka Shayeva Yasnya Bhagavani Vibharti Durga Ikchaha Nur Upam Api Yasya Tseshtate Sagovindamadi Purusham Tam Adham Bhayami. The Durga Shakti, material energy, acts under the direction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and universal creation, maintenance, and destruction are being carried out by Durga Shakti. Krishna's direction in the background. The conclusion is that the Supreme Personality of Godhead remains as he is, even though directing his energy, which makes diverse cosmic manifestation work so wonderfully. Text 172. Sārvabhauma states that the theory of transformation presented in the Vedanta Sutra implies that the absolute truth itself is transformed. In this way, the Mayavadi philosophers denigrate Srila Vyasadeva by accusing him of error. They thus find fault in the Vedanta Sutra and misinterpret it to try to establish the theory of illusion. Purport. The first verse of Brahma Sutra is Athato Brahma Jnasa. We must now inquire into absolute truth. The second verse immediately answers, Janmadhyasya Jata. The absolute truth is the original source of everything. Janmadhyasya Yata does not suggest that the original person has been transformed. Rather, it clearly indicates that he produces this cosmic manifestation through his unconceivable energy. This is also clearly explained in Bhagavad Gita 10.8. Krishna says, Mata Sarvam Pravartate. From me, everything emanates. This is also confirmed in the Taittiriya Upanishad 3.1.1. Yato Vaimani Bhutani Jayante. The supreme absolute truth is that from which everything is born. Similarly, in the Mundaka Upanishad 1.1.7, it is stated, Yadhorna Nabi Srejate Grhanateta. The Lord creates and destroys the cosmic manifestation. As a spider creates a web and draws it back within himself. All of these Shastric statements indicate the transformation of the Lord's energy, not of the Lord himself. Transformation of the Lord's energy is called Parinamavada. However, being very anxious to protect Srila Vyasadeva from criticism, Sārvabhauma became a pseudo-gentleman and put forward his theory of illusion, Vivartavada. Sārvabhauma concocted this meaning of Parinamavada, and by word jugglery, he endeavored very hard to establish Parinamavada as Vivartavada. Text 173. The theory of illusion can be applied only when the living entity identifies himself with the body. As far as the cosmic manifestation is concerned, it cannot be called false, although it is certainly temporary. Purport. The living entity is the eternal servant of Krishna. Being part and parcel of the Lord, he is constitutionally pure. But due to his contact with material energy, he identifies himself with either the gross or the subtle material body. Such identification is certainly false and constitutes the genuine platform of the theory of illusion. The living entity is eternal. He can never be subject to limits of time, nor are his gross and subtle bodies. The cosmic manifestation is never false, but is subject to change by the influence of the time factor. For a living entity to accept this cosmic manifestation as the held for his sense enjoyment is certainly illusory, or as a field for his sense enjoyment is certainly illusory. This material world is the manifestation of the material energy of the Lord. This is explained by Krishna in Bhagavad Gita. Bhumira po nalovayu khamano budir evatsa ahankara ityan me hina prakriti ashtadha. Earth's body of fire, air is our mind, intelligence, and false ego. Altogether, these eight constitute my separate material energies. The material world is the inferior energy of Supreme Personality of Godhead, but it is not a fact that the Supreme Personal Lord has transformed into this material world. The Mayavadi philosophers, devoid of true understandings, have confused the theory of illusion and the theory of cosmic manifestation by word jugglery. The theory of illusion can be applied to a person who identifies himself with body. The living entity is the superior energy of the Supreme. The living entity is the superior energy of the Supreme Lord, and the material world is the inferior energy. Both, however, are Prakriti energy. Although the energies are simultaneously one with the Lord, indifferent from him, the Lord never loses his personal form due to the transformation of his different energies. Text 174. The transcendental vibration Omkara is the sound form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. All Vedic knowledge and this cosmic manifestation are produced from the sound representation of the Supreme Lord. Purport: Omkara is the representation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the sound. This form of his golden name is accepted as a transcendental vibration, Mahavakya, by virtue of which the temporary material manifestation has come into being. If one takes shelter of the sound representation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Omkara, he can realize his inconstitutional identity and engage in devotional service even though in conditioned life. Text 175. The subsidiary vibration of Tat Tvam Asi, you are the same, is meant for the understanding of the living entity, for the principal vibration of Vara. But the principal vibration is Omkara. Not caring for Omkara, Shankaracharya has stressed the vibration Tat Tvam Asi. Purport: Tat Tvam Asi is accepted as the primary vibration by one who does not accept Pranava, the transcendental sound, the incarnation of the holy name of the Lord, as a chief principle in the Vedic literature. By word jugglery, Shankaracharya tried to create an illusionary representation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in his relationship with the living entities and the cosmic manifestation. Tat Tvam Asi is a warning to the living entity not to mistake the body for the self. Therefore, Tat Tvam Asi is especially meant for the conditioned soul. The chanting of Omkara or the Hare Krishna mantra is meant for the liberated soul. Srila Rupa Goswami has said, Ayi mukta gulai upasyata mama upasyama namashtaka one. Thus, the holy name of the Lord is chanted by a liberated soul. Similarly, Parikshit Maharaja said, Nivrtata Tarshaya Upagyamanam Manat, Upagyamanat, Bhagavad Gita 10.1.4. The holy name of Lord can be chanted by those who have fully satisfied their material desires or who are fully situated on the transcendental platform and devoid of material desire. The name of the Lord can be chanted by one who is completely freed from material contamination. Anya Bhilashita Shunyam Jinana Karmadi Anavartam. Shankaracharya has indirectly minimized the value of the principal Vedic mantra, Omkara, by accepting the subordinate vibration, Tattvamasi, as the most important Vedic mantra. Text 176. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu criticized Shankaracharya's Shariraka Bhashya as imaginary, and he pointed out hundreds of faults in it. To defend Shankaracharya, however, Sārvabhauma Bhaṭṭācārya presented unlimited oppositions. Text 177. The Bhaṭṭācārya presented various types of false arguments with pseudo-logic and tried to defeat his opponent in many ways. However, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu refuted all these arguments and established his own conviction. The word Vritandhati indicates that a debater, not touching the main point or establishing his own point, simply tries to refute the other person's argument. When one does not touch the direct meaning but tries to divert attention by misinterpretation, he engages in hala. The word nigraha also means always trying to refute the arguments of the other party. Text 178. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the central point of all relationships. Acting in devotional service to Him is one's real occupation, and the attainment of love of Godhead is the ultimate goal of life. These three subject matters are described in the Vedic literature. Purport. In the Bhagavad Gita 15.15, Lord Krishna confirms the statements, Vedaisha Sarva Ayur Aham Eva Vedya. The actual purpose in reading the Vedas is to learn how to become devotee of the Supreme Lord. The Lord Himself advises, Man Mana Bhava Mad Bhakto Mad Yaji Mam Namaskuru. Bhagavad Gita 9.34. Therefore, after studying the Vedas, one must then execute devotional service by thinking always of the Supreme Lord, Mana, becoming His devotee, worshipping Him, and always offering Him obeisances. This is called Vishnu Aradhana, and it is the supreme occupational duty of all human beings. It is properly discharged in the Varnashrama Dharma system, which divides society into Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyasa, and Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. This is the whole scheme of Vedic civilization. However, this institution is very difficult to explain in this age. Therefore, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu advises that we not worry about the Vedic system of Varnashrama Dharma. Rather, we should take directly to the chanting of Hare Krishna mantra and simply hear about the Supreme Personality of Godhead from pure devotee. This is the process recommended by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and this is the purpose for studying the Vedas. Text 179. If one tries to explain the Vedic literature in a different way, he is indulging in imagination. Any interpretation of the self-evident Vedic version is simply imaginary. Purport.